Oh shit. Oh yeah, are you ready? It's Demo Days Extended Edition. Do you want me to extend my demos all up in that ass?
Sorry, couldn't get through that one. Yeah. Extending that demo all up in that ass. That's me. That's me. It's I have no idea what to play week. Yeah, easy content still fucks it up. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, I had the idea to do it. That's as far as my motivation goes. It's like, hey, that would be a good idea. And then it's super easy. I'm like, yeah, that's great. Zeke, I'm upset this morning because someone threatened my calendar. They said its days were numbered. Oh God. Oh, God. Zeke, are you taking full shits or are you cutting early and saving some for later? Come on, man. I don't save poops for later. I do not save, no, I get it all done at once. Because I'm the kind of guy who looks down in the potty afterwards. I'm like, how are we doing?
Let's get those fucking good. Them hoes.
I won't know how I'm doing unless I give it a full go. I have control of my bowels. It's very clockwork these days.
Millions of demos. Demos for Zeke. Millions of demos. Demos for free.
Zeke. For free. Yes, exactly. There are demos for free. That's right. Millions of demos. Demos for Zeke. So what's up, everybody? How we doing today? Hope you guys are doing good. I got some sun yesterday. Oh, I went out and floated the river, and I got sunscreen on my face and my shoulders and my back, but didn't reapply on the old tum-tum.
Demos for Zeke.
So I don't know if you hold on. I'm gonna show you guys just a little bit. Oh, Daddy's red. Daddy's red in the tum-tum area. Because he forgot to reapply on the old tummy. Yeah, it's going to get flaky. It's going to get, holy shit, white bat. Fuck's sake, Carl. Didn't know you were going to go so hard.
Damn, my tummy spanking.
Flakier than normal.
So
yes, exactly. Thank you to, who's first? Vincent with a gifted sub to Punctual. Yeah, I was 3 minutes late today. I was 3 minutes late. I was not punctual today. I'm sorry. I apologize. Felishka. Thank you so much, Felishka, for the 90 big months. Fatui with the 12. Got a whole year under your belt. Thank you, Fatui. Prince Ali with 23. Let's get them fucking hoes. You bet. Me and you gonna get them hoes. Mr. with 148 months. God damn. CG Research, thank you for the 14. And then the real Don Cheadle with 103. My tummy spanking made you so red. It did. It did. We're gonna have to talk about how hard you spank my tummy, though. It's too hard. You weren't even listening for my safe word, which was Charlemagne. I said Charlemagne like 20 times and you didn't listen. We got to talk about this. Anywho's, yeah, so I went and floated the river yesterday with Max, Beth, and the lady. And yeah, we just got a little drunk. Katie got pretty drunk. She had a lot to drink. We got a little drunk on the river floating, and yeah, spent like 6 hours out there just relaxing on the water. And then we had some fucking dynamite ass fried chicken at this little dive bar place that you wouldn't expect to have such good food, but it had such good food. Crazy good. No, it wasn't a boat. No, we floated on inner tubes. It was like a lazy river float. It's something that is, a lot of people do it. You pay the bus driver. You go and park at this spot. You pay the bus driver to take you to the top of the river, and then several hours later you float all the way down in inner tubes. Dive bar was an underwater wax. Boo. You're better than that. Woo. Boo. Boo. No, the trick to floating down the river with friends is take 2 cars. No, and we could save money doing that for sure. Like, no question we could save money doing that. And I don't know why we don't do that, or didn't, because we've done that twice.
18 months, Barber Live Edge Seeker Cinema.
Thank you, Wabajack. 18 months? Indeed. Thank you for all those months. I appreciate it. Look, I come up those on the fly. Don't ask LLM, Reddit, or a calendar for my jokes. Speaking of bears, it's Fat Bear Week. River cams go live at 2 p.m. EST. Can't wait. No, Zeke is not participating this year. Is that a real thing? Fat Bear Week, where they set up cameras and you watch like bears do their thing? Really? Wow. That's cool. People vote on what? On who's the fattest bear or who's the sexiest bear? I don't fucking know. I'm assuming it's real bears, like grizzlies or black bears or whatever. Is it a pride thing? Oh, on the fastest bear. Oh my God. So they get at the top of the river and the bears go downstream. Okay. Girls shitting does not give me a boner, does it? Does it?
Nursing a pulled muscle in my back. From what? Light calisthenics.
Light
Feels
calisthenics.
old man.
Yeah. No, I get it, dude. I get it. Age catches up with all of us. Oh, they do vote on the fattest bear. Not the fastest. Okay. Previous fat bear winners. Oh, this is a link. I don't know if I... Oh, okay. Fat Bear Week, past and present. How long has this been going on? Otis won.
Halfway to
They
a fun
named the
day.
bears. I love it. Holly.
Take a evil Shelley 111 troll.
That Holly is a fat ass bear, dude. They've been doing it since 2015. That's awesome. That's great. The 2025 champion, Chunk. Just simply Chunk is his name. That's cool. Grazer. Wow, wait a minute. There was a champion 2 years in a row? Grazer? He's a repeat champion? Oh, there's another 747, another repeat champion. That's fucking awesome. That's cool. I didn't know they even did that. I should try and jump in the competition there. Feels like I throw in the pit at a metal show. Oh man, I've missed those days. Even as a teenager, like going to metal shows, like waking up and being like, oh, my fucking neck. I headbanged too much. Oh, my neck. Like even at 19 and 20, that shit, you felt it the next day. Can't imagine what it's like at 40. Ugh. Man, I look at my feet too quickly and I'm like, no, that's going to hurt for the next week. No good. No good. On 4211 with the 50, halfway to a fun day. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, On. Want to share another bit of decent news. Don't want to get my hopes up too high, but We got an offer. We got 2 offers on our house. The house we're trying to sell back in Colorado. We've got 2 offers on it, which is really cool. One offer would be good, but 2 offers is obviously way better because then you can, weigh the options of both offers, and they're decent offers too. They're not bad. Not bad offers. More than I thought I was going to get offered. Well, to be fair, I put like 15, maybe not 15, maybe like, actually, it'd be close to like $13,000 or $14,000 worth of fucking renovations in it. New carpet, fix the siding, new paint inside and out. Yeah. Please accept my offer. I'll even throw in feet pics. Sounds good. I'm not going to say congratulate in case of jinx. I'm just saying fingers crossed. That's where I'm at right now. Fingers crossed. No, the realtor was like, if you spruce it up, I bet it'll go for way more. It'll be worth it in the long run. I'm like, okay. So we got it recarpeted, repainted, fixed up the outside and the trim. And yeah, it seems like we got 2 offers immediately after having that shit done. So that's nice. That's really nice. Yeah, but some of those renovations were just fixing what you fucked up. Yeah, so I thought people would look at that and go like, I can fix that because it's just carpet and paint, But they don't even want to entertain the idea of moving into a house if it's not like looking pristine, which is something we'll definitely be thinking about when we look for a house here in Texas, in Austin. We'll definitely be looking at houses going like, can we fix this up and knock enough off of the selling price ourselves? Yeah, move-in ready does help with pricing. That is very true. Very true. Goramir, thank you for the 33 months. Psychologically. Yeah, when it's done up, you think it's got better bones. Exactly. No, it's promising. I'm going to call after work today, I'm going to call the realtor and see what she thinks about the offers and all that kind of stuff and see what we think we can actually clear out of it. So, how many demos are we up to now? I didn't add any. I thought we have enough. I was considering not adding any more since we still have 113 demos that were on the previous list and we didn't get to. So I think I'm done taking suggestions for demos. Wait, you threw in a couple FMVs? Well, let me see. Maybe I'll put them in. I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. Whoop. Oh. Look at this, wearing this shirt with my face on it. What you got?
A French toast latte.
French toast latte.
And it came with a little crunchy piece of French toast.
A little biscotti.
Yeah,
or French toast biscotti. They just put this is honestly just stale French toast. Okay. That's all it is.
I got you real
French
toast.
I love it.
I got you bacon.
Bacon! Look at that bacon!
Bacon.
Thank you.
Yeah, French toast downstairs if you want.
Thank you. Awesome. Oh, yeah, there is that one that did I put it on there? Okay. We know who brings home the bacon now. It's her. Let me try this French toast latte. Wow, that is very sweet, and it tastes just like French toast. Nice work. Snooze? Maybe? I don't know. Jesus Christ. All right, let's see how many we'd have to add. Why your links are so long, Prince Ali? There we go. Okay. Oh my God, Locked in Love, The Office. Sure. Sweet Hamster Days. And there was another one in there too. There was oh wait, Sweet Hamster Days has frequent nudity and or sexual content. That might not be something we can do, unfortunately. It doesn't look like it's bad, but it's tagged with that. No, it looks tame in the previews and shit, but it says this game is marked as containing frequent nudity or sexual content. I don't think we can risk it. You did play it and it's tame? Man, I don't want to get one guy into a suspension. Okay, there actually weren't that many to add. Oops. There was like, I don't know, 15. So let me just get those added real quick while the ad break is going. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna veto Sweet Hamster Days just because it says it on the fucking cover. I'm pretty sure it's fine, but I just don't want to risk it, and that's nothing against you, Prince Ali. Okay. Getting there. We're almost there. Control Shift V. That's what we need to do. There we go. Because I just want the values. Copy. There we go. Too hot to be true. There are 3 FMVs now on my list. Now I'm going to veto that one. Okay. Copy. There we go. Oh my God. Copy. Okay. All right. I think now we're done. We have so many, dude. Okay. And we're going to have to check for doubles because I'm not sure if any of these are doubles. Don't think they are. Oh my God, we have a darts roguelike called Dorts. Okay. All right. Nope. Nope. And I better. If no one else is going to play this, I guess I should. All right, there we go. All right, we have added all the demos that we're going to add. Okay. So we added, these are the ones we added. Xenophiles, Bomb Banana, Legion Was Here, The Bed Above My Head, Thanks Light, Locked in Love, The Office, Surface, Salvation Echoes of War, The Crimson Hunt, or The Cunt, Too Hot to Be True, Calvar the Darkest Gate, Scratch the Ticket, Hell Sprint, The Puppet's Casket, Sprite, Dorts, The Minesweeper, Lady Death Demonicron, and Brazilian Drug Dealer Before 4, Demons from the Portal to Hell I opened are still in the favela, and now I have to save Mama Das from Ronaldo. Yeah. What the fuck? I don't know why it turns it gray when I fucking look at it. There. Okay. There you go. And now we're going to organize these by... There we go. I'm going to organize these by alphabetical order. Bing. Okay, there you go. So we have, to take us through the week, 132, and no more suggestions. I'm not taking any more. We have 132 to get us through the week, and we'll be fine. Also, if you want to see the fat bears from last year's,
I got jealous on the delivery.
here they are.
Do Chet get bacon and a kiss?
Well, I'll get bacon and blow you a kiss. How about that? What if
Thanks
I had
for
a
the great
piece of
entertainment.
bacon?
Here is my sub money, Zeke money.
Mmm. I think it might be like honey bacon or something like syrup. It's syrupy, something on them. Mmm. It's good. Maybe it's hot honey bacon. There you go. I'll have bacon. I'm going to blow you the kiss. Do you see a resemblance? They're the same picture. Yeah. Those are the fat bears of Fat Bear Week. Winners past. All right. Xiao Tao, thank you for the 13 months. And thank you for the nice compliment. I appreciate it. All right. Let's roll a dice. 1D 109. Nope. Roll 1D 109. Boom. 82 is going to be the first game up. 82. Oh, it's a brand new one. Surface. Okay. Sheldon Sift up. Pretty sure. Oops. Surface. Yep. Demo. Okay. Linear first-person exploration adventure. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this one. That one sounds fun. All right. There you go. Let's get it downloaded. You're welcome, Taylor. All right, a linear first-person exploration adventure. The game is about exploring detailed and creepy liminal environments without monsters or puzzles. You simply walk and look around. Now, I didn't read the thing very well. Maybe I should have read it a little better, but it's becoming less appealing. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, just got a message making sure it wasn't super important, you know. Okay, let's fill this in. Why aren't you playing? Play. There you go. Surface. Oops. I'm on the wrong keyboard. There we go. We're gonna walk, we're gonna look around, and we're gonna see if looking around is enough to entertain us for a little bit. Well, let's not spoil it since it's just walking and looking around. Let's see. This game is due to come out later this year, developed and published by Purple Goop. Let's do this. You give it 5 minutes? Yep. That's a possibility for sure. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Celtic Knight. Welcome back, Celtic Knight. That is some tasty bacon. Tasty bacon. Did you see the Steam Machine pricing? Yeah, it's like over $1,000. Yeah. Bad time to release a fucking console or a computer or anything. Bad time for anything, really. Yeah. Well, no jumpies, no sprinties, so it's just walkies. This area has been condemned. You are leaving a controlled safe area. Turn back. No, I refuse. Those are some good textures, though. That's some good surface. There are no mechanics besides movement and looking around. Okay. Well, really take it in, guys. Really take in the environment. They worked hard on this. Oh, there is one mechanic. E to open door. Fucking liars. Yes, I saw the game that cost $1,000 on Steam. Someone linked it to me the other day. Oh, we got a hype train going apparently. Woo woo! Get aboard the hype train. For that last gifted sub that was 5 minutes ago.
That's too big.
There you go. It's too, that
Choo
train is
choo.
too big, Spencer. It's too big, buddy. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. There we go. Now we're aboard the hype train. This game is so hype, we're fucking on a hype train because of it. Look at how hype this game is. Look at that fan just moving. Man, I could sit here all day and watch that fan move. Also, yeah, we don't have a body and we cast no shadow. It is a nice fan noise, like for sleeping wise.
You're a cunt.
Totally, Paler.
Scam train.
Absolutely a cunt. You're not wrong. Okay, here we go. Now we're gonna see something and it's gonna be awesome. Tell me I can at least fall off. That's a weird death scream. Let me try one more time. It just whoop, just pulls you back to this spot. Cool. Yo, Sanogdi with the 14 months. Hey, if you haven't used your Prime sub, now's a good time because you get you get on the hype train, and you might get an emote out of it. So check your primes now. It's a good idea. Oh, you slow down going upstairs. Of course you do. It's immersive. Man, this would be a great 100-month game to make me play for 6 hours. It's like, we're just gonna have a chill day where we walk around and look at stuff. And that's it. That's all we do. See, like, bounces me back up to the surface. Is there anything in gaming you dislike more than being forced to go slow? I'd be hard pressed to come up with something, but if you can't rebind keys and you really, really want to, that pisses me off. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Head bob. Motion blur doesn't bother me as much as it does a lot of people. It does bother me from time to time, but it's not that bad for me personally. Oh my God, 2 kilometers to the surface. Did you just give me a fucking dead end, dude? Oh. You can crouch though. You can crouch. Oh, I see. So it gives you a little bit of light. Girl shitting does not give me a boner, does it? Does it? Lead you on your way. No flashlight.
I already subbed last week, but I'm going to let you know now that we have this train going.
Hell yeah, T-Jar. You unlocked a random emo. Look at you. You and Goody and Kia Britt. Gifting a sub to Cozy Beard. Thank you. Okay, where's the... Give me... There we go. Can I go down here? Oh, yeah, there. I found the stairs. Oh, Superito's adding a fucking soundbite. Look at that. We made it through. Oh my God, I should keep playing this game. This game is so hype. I'm just getting hype train rolling. Level 3 already. This game is so fucking hype. It's fucking insane. Dude, thank you. Martin the Bear with a hat with 10 gifted subs. Going to R2RE, Tigron, Levix F2, Lumen Glitch, Carlos Lagerbeer, Kale Jin, Roly Polio, Kung Fu Monkey, Emily Games, and Just Thillian.
Or just Hillian. Hail Berserker!
Hylian, sorry, it's Hyrule Hylian. Thank you for those, Martin. Thank you for the 32 months there, T-Jar. Okay. I mean, the joke's gone far enough, right? Right, guys? The joke's gone far enough, right? Okay. The joke is worn out its welcome. We're good. All right. Now, we're going to roll on the B side, 1d23. What do we get? 11. And that is going to be Lucky Punk, a push your luck deck builder. Okay, it's a deck builder. So this one might not last very long either, but we'll see. Okay. All right. Let's look it up. Lucky Punk. There you go.
So there I was in the desert of Noid de Soto, brawling with his rude boy. It's my third fight that day. So
Oh,
I
fuck.
Was bloody.
Hold on. Before we do that, let me get this taken care of. Your soundbite here, Super Ito. What are we getting rid of? I think this one.
Weep, grana, weep, nitty bong.
That's right.
I said shut up. I said close your mouth and
Um,
stop talking.
I forgot to add that to the list. Riker saying shut up. Then close your mouth and stop talking. All right. Riker, shut up. All right. Now.
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Oh.
Stupid?
No,
I'm Texas. What's the difference? All right, that is going bye-bye, SpongeBob. And now in this place, we're going to put this one from Super Ito.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
All right, twist. I don't know what that's from. Your nutsack. There we go. Twist your nutsack. There you go. That is now B1 that is taken over for SpongeBob, or taking the place of the SpongeBob Texas, which is good because I live here in Texas now, so I don't want to piss off any locals. All right. Where were we? Right. Okay.
But I knew.
Otono, thank you for the 21 months. And Great Plino with 9.
50-50 chance of hitting. So I spat on the ground and I told him, "You feel lucky."
You feel lucky, punk. There you go.
And then.
All right. We've distilled the roguelike deck builder into one simple choice: draw or stop. That's good. Push your luck and beat the odds in the vibrant post-apocalypse. Gather supplies and build your community. Survive and thrive in a vibrant eco-dystopia, or don't. 1% chance, 100% choice. Do you feel lucky, punk? This was due to come out. This is due to come out later this year. Developed and published by Green Parrot Games. Did I download it? Oh, I didn't download it yet. All right.
Push your luck
Let's.
round as you manage the odds that are being stacked against you. Every decision is transparent.
Oh, it's
every
from
risk is yours, and
Fuck's
every
Quest.
failure
There's a game called Fuck's
completely
Quest.
deserved.
Jesus, okay. That's funny.
Hi, I'm Brendan, the game designer of Green Parrot Games, and this is a short gameplay explainer for our new
All
Push
right.
Your Luck
Lucky
roguelike deck builder,
Punk.
Lucky Punk. We're in
A
the process
push
of trying to gather supplies
your
that we can use to
luck
unlock new things.
deck
In the current build, we have a few different characters
builder.
to play as, but right now, since
Perfect.
we only have
Okay.
one unlocked, let's play as Lucky Punk.
Let's go. Well, this game might be all right because it's very simplified, which is good for me. I'm a very simplified man. All right, let's play. Yeah, whatever. It actually says, yeah, whatever. Language English. Language full screen. There we go. Show odds in fractions instead of percentages. No, fractions. Yeah. Okay, let's play. I am Lucky Punk, Johnny G. Strummer. You're never one to stay still, might as well do something useful that others can't. Not actually lucky than other people, has broken every bone in his body, always leaves his fan out for others. Okay. Let's play the tutorial, why not? Tell us about your interviews with CM Punk. I mean, he was just a bad interviewee. Like, I tried talking to him, maybe he was having a bad day, or maybe he's just an asshole, but like, I tried interviewing CM Punk, and I just got one-word answers out of the guy, and it was like pulling teeth. He could tell I wasn't a huge wrestling fan, and he didn't give a shit about sitting down and talking to me. All right, your goal is to gather supply. You use them to unlock more stuff. Okay, supplies. You'll have a chance to bring the supplies home after 2 boss fights. Good luck surviving until then. Okay. All right, you can do one of 2 things. Draw and play the top card by clicking the deck, or end the round by clicking the end round button. Okay. Some cards have abilities, some don't. But there's 2 important numbers you should care about: damage and effort. You want to collect as many damage points as possible. When you end the round, you'll deal damage equal to your damage. Got it. Okay, so crossed fingers is 1 damage. But don't collect too much effort. If you collect over your stamina, 2, you become exhausted, lose all your damage, and the round ends with only you getting hit. Okay, those are the basic rules. Let's try it out. Go collect damage and end the round without going over, or, you know, exhaust yourself, whatever you want. Okay, so I have 1 damage, no effort. 2 damage, no effort. 1 damage. If you are at max effort, double the damage of this card. Okay, I'm not. Okay, there we go. Okay, so get your hands dirty, cost 2 effort. And now we can end the round and do 8 damage. This person has whatever. This bird has 20 health. Okay. Apparently, fan is a fee you pay when buying a bottle of something and get it back when you bring the empty bottle back. Oh, okay, okay. Leaving the fan for the next round would mean passing on the refund and paying for the bottle for free. Okay. Or paying for the bottle fee. And now you know. And knowing it's half the bottle, it's half the bottle. Damn it, Baines. A friend of mine once left his accordion in his unlocked car. Imagine his shock when he returned half an hour later to find 2 accordions in the back seat. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so then we end round and hit him for 8 damage. There you go. When you end the round, the end of round effects happen. Then you damage the enemy equal to your damage, and the enemy hits you. So he hit me for 5. Lastly, you'll earn more cash if you overkill the enemy. So try and deal as much damage as you can in the last round. Go get him. Okay. All right. 1, 1, 1. Okay, so that's 9 more damage. And what is he get? How is he gonna hit me? Oh, there we go. End of round deals 5 damage to you. Okay, so he's gonna hit me for 5. And now I'm gonna really stick it to him. There you go. 10 damage, 7 overkill. And you get money. From overkilling your opponent. Okay. Check out the game Fucks Quest 2. It's right up your and Chad's smelly alley. Hey, dude, we are doing Indie Saturday this Saturday. So if it's a fully released game, a fully released new indie game, put it in my indie game suggestions tab and we'll play it on Saturday, or maybe play it on Saturday. We'll put it up for voting if I think it's worthy. All right, you meet a trader who's looking for supplies. They offer you cash and healing services. Sell a supply. Heal for 20. Oh, sell a supply for $5. Oh, in the parentheses it shows how much I have currently. Okay. Well, I don't need to heal. Not yet, at least. Fight the glass cannon. Jesus, does 15 damage to you. Oh, I just need to do 5 to them. Okay. There you go. 25% chance of exhaustion. Yeah, I played the Don't Fret demo. Yes, Bergen, I did. That'll do. Get him. Boop, boop, bap, boop, bap. Okay, 1 supply and 1 money and 2 from overkilling. Take a band-aid to heal yourself later. Heal 1/3 of your health. Yep, I'll do that now. Nope, I don't need any of that. Boss fight time. 30, Act 1 boss, Act 1 boss, the Drill Sergeant. He's got beer can nipples. Do you remember when, so I can try finding a VOD of you playing it? Ah, fuck, that's tough, Bergen. I don't know. I don't know, and I don't put them in categories during the demo days, so I am sorry about that. God damn, that bacon's good. That is some calorie candy bacon that my wife got for me. Okay. End round. Deals 5 damage. If you're not at max effort, deals 10 damage instead. Okay. Keep going. There you go. That's good. 11 damage is pretty good. $11 damage once again. 33% chance of exhaustion. Because we've got... I think we probably have 2 of these Get Your Hands Dirty cards. So if I pull the next one, there's 3 left. If I pull 1 more, I over-exhaust myself. Oh, thank you, Stringard. There you go. It was the second game played on day 2, Bergen. There you go. Push our luck. 1 of 3. 1 and 3. Let's push our luck. Yeah, there we go. Hit him. Shit. One more. There you go. There you go. That's some good damage right there. That's overkill by 4. All right, we're making some cash. No whammies. You may camp and take a moment to rest. You can use any supplies you want, or you have to heal your wounds as much as you want. Use a supply. Come on. Oh, these are... Okay, shop. All right. No, leave the campsite. Let's go. Ooh. Consumable shop, yoga center, scrap stall. What is scrap stall? Placeholder shopkeeper. Knock on wood costs 2 effort. Plus 1 damage. No. In 1 block. 3 effort. I only have 2. Oh, that's fucking damage, you idiot. The previous card gate effort plus 1 damage. At plus 1 damage for every 10 cards played before this one. This round? Yeah, let's get that. And let's get that. Okay, I'm done. Hell yeah. 20% chance of exhaustion. Man, that's an 80%. There you go. What are we at now? 25? Keep going. Son of a bitch! Good job. You've exhausted yourself. You've lost all your damage, and now all you can do is end the round and get hit. Ouch. Fucking did it again. God damn it. Why am I drawing those? Stupid XCOM mods. There you go. Do one more. There we go. 15. Do half damage. Half health. Half of his health. There you go. How am I doing? 18 of 40. Jeez. Shit, I did it again. There you go. Keep going. Stay away from the dirty. There you go. End round. We'll give him 12. And then we'll give him a big old smack. One more. One more. There you go. Now give me some money. There you go. 2 from the overkill. There we go. Beautiful. I don't know if it's per 5 overkill, you get 1 coin per 5. Someone wanted lyrics? There you go. Oh yeah, we'll take that. Read the room. Reveal the top 3 cards. You may play 1. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Wait, there we go. Okay. Let's heal up. That wasn't a huge heal, but whatever. Who is the placeholder guy? I'm guessing one of the devs or a friend of one of the devs. There you go. Keep it going. Yeah, there's 3. Nice. Oh, first aid gives me effort. Shit. Fuck! God damn it! That first aid is gonna fuck me up bad. God damn it, like I said, son of a bitch! Ah, you got knocked out. You lost all your supplies and are carried home by a passing caravan. If you're interested in playing the other characters, you can scroll down to see how to cheat and give yourself the supplies you need. In the full game, you're supposed to have defeated 2 bosses before you're... Okay. Alright, let's do it again. Now that I got... Now that I got a handle on what's going on. Keep going, keep going. I'm just going until this... There you go. What's the percentage? 25% chance? Screw it. Beat his ass. And now... Yeah. Okay, so 8 damage is 4 damage over. Do I get an extra coin? I do, okay. So 4 damage over will give you a coin at least. Yep, there you go. Okay. Oh, shit. Take a band-aid, heal myself with later. All right. Yeah. Kill him. There you go. Another band-aid. There we go. That's good. That's good. Anything over 10 damage is good. There you go. God damn it! You gave me the fucking card early, you prick. Okay. Now we're gonna overkill his ass. One more. There you go. 11? That's good. So it'll be 7 over. Okay, so it might be 3 per coin. Yeah, let's go. Okay. And now we're gonna go this way. Yeah, this way. Nope. Previous card gave effort, add +1 damage. Yep, no. Yep. Okay. I'm done. Keep moving. 12 damage to me, jeez. No. Yeah. We'll let him hit me once, and then we'll get some coinage off his ass. There you go. Sell 5 HP. Oh, okay. No, I don't want to sell my HP. What? The trader wants your blood. I want your blood. Quick luck. Okay. Take another one of those. Oh, give 110%. Oh, I like that. Sure. Oh, I should band-aid. There we go. You can band-aid anytime. That's nice. Fuck me. Gonna start with that card? There. No overkill this time. Just get rid of him. I just want to see the boss. Oh, these are all... I love all these placeholder cards. Just like... Just draw me something. Draw me anything, dude. Oh, +2 effort limit for this round? Oh, I like that. Okay, we got boss Little Tinker. Same picture though. What up, Mel? All right. Fucking hell. Oh, every second card played gains 1 block. Okay. Yep. All right, now we're gonna overkill his ass. Shit. There you go. You'll be dead. All right, you defeated this area. You have a choice of going back home with all your supplies, allowing you to unlock new content for the game. I have 5 supplies. Continuing your run, while you have to fight 2 more increasingly difficult bosses before you get another chance to go back home. You can heal using your supplies to prepare for continuing. Okay. I will go back home with my supplies. You can press Control E in the punk selection screen to open the debug stat editor. Okay, and cheat yourself. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I can unlock a new punk. The Prophet, Lisbeth Latutu Lorenz. You're full of potential, you just always need a little more time to shine. Consider yourself a super empath, gives terrible medical advice. Went to... What the fuck is a Waldorf Schule? I know it's a school, a shul is a school, right? Waldorf Schule. Frostbube with 82. Thank you, Frostbube. I don't know what Waldorf is. What does that mean? Okay, Waldorf education, also known as Steiner education, is based on the educational philosophy of Rudolf Steiner, the founder of anthroposophy. That didn't help me at all. Oh, it's no marks like an alt school. Okay, so like hippy dippy school like Scott sent his kids to. Like you get like a sad clown instead of a C, and you get like a happy raccoon instead of an A. All right, what are yours? Lucky Charm, add a quick luck to discard pile. Okay. Oh, she has 7 effort. Look at that shit. Roll up your sleeves, punch, kick, loot. I hate these cards. 1 damage and 1 effort? What a fucking boner. Cards are terrible. For what it's worth, follows anthroposophy aim to engage in spiritual discovery through a mode of thought independent of sensory experience. Also, still not getting it. Go all out. Well, that's 5 damage for 3 effort. That's fine. Oh, this sucks. This sucks. Yeah, she efforts out like super fast. But I got +3 from the overkill. That's cool. All right. That's fun. Fun little game. Really simple. I like it. I like the gamble of it all. All right, that was Lucky Punk. Push your luck deck builder. Not bad. All right, next up, 1D108. It shall be an 80. Ooh, Star Trek Outposts Unknown, huh? People been waiting for this one. Okay, let's shift up. Go. Okay.
So there I was in the desert of Noid de Soto, brawling with his rude boy. It's my
Oh yeah.
With every step.
Oh, this looks good though.
Unknown.
It does look good.
And piece by piece, we build an understanding of the strangest mysteries in the universe.
Captain! Our sensor array is getting unusual readings from... What is that? The deep has opened!
Dude, what is this? All right, lead your crew across strange new worlds in this narrative-driven outpost builder. Research, explore. Oh, outpost builder. Okay. Oh, God. Research, explore, and build as you face a mysterious cosmic force that threatens a new ally. Your adventure awaits, Captain. This due come out later this year, developed by Magic Fuel Games, published by PlayStack. I guess. Oh, I was gonna check it out, but I forgot to download it. There we go. So this it's a base build. Of course, it's a base builder. It says Outpost right on it. Time to reverse polarity and recombobulate the tachyon surge. No, you can't do that. Not with the Heisenberg compensators in their full unlocked position. You'll blow the whole ship. What are you thinking, Just T? Thank you. Are you a first-year cadet or are you a lieutenant? God damn.
With every step, we boldly...
Okay, let's play. See what we think, I suppose. Sure. Thank you for playing Star Trek. Oh, this is old Star Trek too. This is Shatner-verse Star Trek, yeah? You are on the USS Resonant. Well, Captain, it's time for your maiden voyage on the USS Resonant. I know this is your first flight as a captain, but I have every confidence in your ability. This will be a standard exploration mission into a relatively unknown sector of space. The Zalari populate the system, and they've gone through the first contact process already. Our relationship with them is looking very promising. The Zalari are letting us build outposts in their system in exchange for help analyzing an anomaly they call the Rift. As you can see, it's quite the phenomenon. The Rift occupies their sector and can cause intermittent tetryon rifts that act as miniature black holes. They're as dangerous as they sound. Matter is consumed and tetryons are released. It's bad in both directions, and you'll need to exercise caution around them. This is where you are. You and your research outposts can help. The USS Resonant is a prototype ship of a brand new class. It's equipped for state-of-the-art outpost construction, particularly for scientific structures. An outpost with these buildings will make huge breakthroughs in managing tetryon effects. Everything about this journey is a fresh experience, even down to some of the experimental buildings Starfleet has provided plans for. The rest of this voyage is up to you. The whistle! That old Star Trek whistle sound. That theremin coming through. You'll need to pick a crew who can meet the challenge head on and the right supplies to help them do the job. Good luck, Captain. All right, crew selection. Team Alpha or Team Beta? This crew, something about this crew feels familiar. They draw on their instincts and unique perspectives to chart the stars, especially the strange ones. Basic metal, polymer sealant, sample containment unit, food supplies, hypo spray, and med kit. Okay. Team Beta. It's the mark of a great team to challenge each other and grow as a result. This team enjoys a heated debate or two, but that's what helps them turn different opinions into shared strengths. Yeah, a Twitch tie-in to make you guys officers would be fucking hilarious. All right, they have more metal, more polymer, more containment units, more food, more hypo sprays, and more med kits. And less crew. And it looks like their jobs are not, they're all the same on the crew as far as their like, oh, that's just their fucking rank, you dipshit. Oh, no, it's not. Race, human. Job, none. None of them have jobs. Why would they give you an extra member and less food? All right, let's go beta. All right, Digus is a temperate planet with a rather unique set of biomes. Lush grassland and crystalline deserts exist side by side, and they survive underneath the threat of persistent Tetrion storms. It'll make an excellent place for our initial outpost and should have enough material to support a self-sufficient base. There's no better place to get started. Human. It has organics. It's Class M. Let's go. The Dingus planet. These crew will be the first to land, so select individuals who can work efficiently while the outpost is developing. Other crew will arrive on the outpost once transport has been established. Okay. I don't pick them then? Oh, I can swap them out if I want. Okay. Now let's just go with their recommended thing. Scanning for optimal location. Beaming down. Space.
We're here.
The final frontier. Thank you, computer. Okay. First officer reporting in, Captain. We've finally arrived on Dingus. Girls shitting does not give me a boner, does it? Did you hear that, Captain? That wasn't meant for you. That was a private message I meant for the chief security officer. I did not mean for you to hear that, Captain. I apologize for my uncouth behavior, unbecoming of an officer of this Starfleet. Anyways, moving on. First officer reporting in. We've arrived on Dingus. There's plenty to survey here. Our Zolari liaison, Officer Helarona, will join us shortly. She'll be our guide to the planet and our insight into Zolari culture. I'm looking forward to meeting her, but I'm also eager to just get started. We place probes around the map to find a good spot to set up our base. We can place our own beacons to send crew to find them and then start building. We're detecting an approaching Tetrion storm, so we need to get moving. Oh, I know this isn't quite as important as a Tetrion storm, but I did want to let you know that you can set a catchphrase for your comms. It's a cute touch, and it's a nice way to let the crew get to know you a little better.
CKA.
I mean, oh, sorry, you can't see this one. The last one is, let's do it. Let's do it. Tobacco Harm, thank you for the 33 months. Yeah, I wish I could do a custom one. Pretty cool, Captain. Pretty cool. I picked let's do it. Planets are full of potential discoveries beyond your starting area. Set an exploration beacon by clicking on the explore button, the bottom right. Okay. Click anywhere on the map, including unexplored areas, to place a beacon. A crew member will walk towards the exploration beacon. Explorers assigned to the Ops Center will be performing the action. Oh, there you go. Okay, going off by yourself. T'Pren is going off by herself. Okay, did that. What's this? Research needed. Well, we'll go and research it. Oh, she found something. If you have a moment, Captain, let's talk rocks. There's a mineral deposit nearby that would be perfect for our work. Let's begin analysis ASAP. Send crew. Send crew. Okay.
Channel open.
Medical.
Yes, Captain. What? Status?
Oh, I'm here, Captain.
Yeah, go here. Go there. Yeah, what the fuck? Why are you stopping?
You called?
Dude, why are you not going over there? Do I need to set the beacon like way out there? Investigate. There we go. Now I got it. Formation requires research analysis might let us harvest from these in the future. Assign the right crew for the job. I don't know who the right
Roger that,
crew for the job is, but okay.
Objective complete.
Okay. I got it. That's a great start, Captain. Anything else that's highlighted will need to be researched before we can collect it. For now, let's make good use of these minerals. Let's do it. All right. Basic metals are used to build the most outposts, early buildings. Click on individual rocks and then the collect button to direct your crew to collect them. Use a collection tool to select a group of rocks. Okay. Using metal recovery unit. Okay, so I need one of those. What? Oh, okay. Oh, you're going, huh? Huh, buddy? I guess, are we all going?
What?
Excuse me, Captain.
Wait, who are... You're Max Costa, right? Yeah, Max Costa. You can investigate. There you go. Go ahead, bud.
Nothing else going on. Excuse me,
How about
Captain.
you? Oh, there we go. Someone's going out there. There you go. Takahashi's heading. There we go.
Understood.
There you go. Elias, you go research that other thing. And you're going to go all the way out there. Good job.
Objective complete.
Aha. Okay. Zeke, do you watch Strange New Worlds? I have not. No. I have not watched it. Is it worth watching? I heard it wasn't really. I heard that there was a couple of new ones that weren't that great. Okay, Strange New Worlds is good. Academy might be the one that people are saying is not good. I have not watched Strange New Horrors yet. I have in the past, but not recently. So maybe I should watch that. Academy was fine. Academy was hot garbage. Okay. The crew has found a suitable area for our first building, Captain. We can explore more later once we've gotten a stable operations center. It's time to build the operations center, Captain. It's the next step for getting more advanced buildings available for construction. It also creates a shield that protects buildings and crew from Tetrion radiation as long as they're within the shield's boundary. We can still build outside of the shield, though. We have plenty of room. Those buildings just won't be protected from Tetrion until we get some extra shielding. And I'd be thrilled if we can get some coffee in here. I'd say it's key to smooth operation, at least for me. Okay. I like Star Trek. Don't really care for the Shatnerverse Star Trek. And this base building and grabbing shit has nothing to do with the quality of the game. It seems like it's a high quality game. I'm just letting you guys know right now. This ain't it for me. Like this shit, this micromanaging and like RimWorld like type of stuff. Not for me. So I like Star Trek games that are like RPGs or like Telltale or that kind of shit where you make choices on the fly or you like do that kind of stuff. Me being down on the planet and gathering materials, I'm just gonna tell you right now, has nothing to do with the game. Or nothing to do with Star Trek or the quality of it. It's just not a huge turn on for old Zeke. So we're gonna skip it and we're gonna move on. All right, 107. Oh nope, we're on B-sides. We're gonna clean up these B-sides before the end. That's for sure. All right, 22. 11. What do we got? Meaningless random numbers. There we go. That was recommended by a few people. Okay.
With every
There
step,
we go. Oh yeah, this weird fucking loud game. Jesus fucking Christ, why is it so loud? Holy Lord. Okay. Me being less random numbers. Okay.
God is watching.
God is watching. This one looks fucking like a goddamn acid trip fever dream. Okay, Meaningless Random Numbers is an incremental horror game about earning money through random number generations, but be cautious. God is watching. This one was developed and published by Nico, due to come out sometime this year. Let's fucking go, dude. Hold on. Let me... There you go. Oh, really? That's it? That's the highest we get is 1920 by 1080? Fine. Sure. All right. I'm just going to pee real quick. No, I did not play this demo. No, it looks like another game though. It looks like, I mean, there's a few other fish games that it kind of reminds me of, but it's not the same thing. Do you enjoy having 5 bathrooms in your new mansion? We have 3, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird to not have to wait to go take a shit because someone's already in there. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool. Yes. The flow of money is unpredictable. Okay. Okay. Yes. I don't think I have a choice. Press that to start. Enter key for settings. New upgrade, face effect bonus, experience gain up, and more. Okay. Okay. What happened to Star Trek Sarkon? It's a base builder game, which isn't for me. That's it. That's it. Yeah, no, listen, you can hate me all you want, Sarkon. I don't give a shit. It's not a bad game. It's just not a game for me, man. I know what I like. All right. Click roll to generate a random number and earn money from its value. Okay. Roll a random number, earn money from its value. Okay. I rolled a 3. $3. Okay. Each roll will progress the day and increase the roll cost. Oh, so it costs $1.10. So that sucked. Okay. Add an additional number box enabling new patterns like pairs, 3 of a kind, etc. Yes. Okay. So now it costs me $1.30. Oh, pair times 5. There you go. So is that 20? Yep, $20. Hey, look at that. $20 already. Look at that. Cash shop. Allows you to click your character face for a helpful bonus effect. Each use will increase chance of failure by 5%, but we're begin for number roll. Okay. Okay, I upped the money increase for, or multiplier for pairs. Since I have 3 now, there you go, look at that. That's gonna be a big amount. Yeah, $49.50 payout. Do it again, why not? Okay. Oh, Devil is due in 21 days. The day count will progress with each roll, right? At day 0, negative numbers will be added to your rolls and roll increase will go up. But what do I owe the devil? Toll Booth Willie with 27 months. Grace me up, woman. Okay. Click face to get time 3 XP next roll. Okay. So times 3 for this roll. There you go. That's a pair. There we go. Okay. Okay. That was good.
Z-Club.
After you generate your numbers, re-roll them. Oh, so if I save my points, I will get a new number box. Another number box. So I'm going to save up my points for that. There you go. Okay. That's active. All right, let's go. Shit! That one sucked. Come on, give me some pairs, you prick. Dude, 1 through 4, I should be getting pairs, man. This is sick. Pairs. There, oh, 3 of a kind, let's go. Ooh. $108, let's fucking do it. Oh, progress forward and unlock more upgrades by paying your devil due. Hold and click. Devil due $200? How do you know that? Oh, right here. Jesus, it's right fucking there, man. I just read, dude. Read, man. We're going to get... Let's go! Okay. So I can pay the devil due. And more. Okay. Devil due is now 3,000. Okay. Anxiety will multiply all income. You earn anxiety by paying your devil due with days left over. Oh, my anxiety is 13, so... Oh, there's a multiplier. Oh, okay. Pairs. There you go. Pair me up. Beautiful. I still need these points. Blinky bar, how much to be a game in the next roll? Okay. There we go. We should be doing this. Pairs. Okay, that's fine. Give me some XP. And do it again. There you go. Give it to me. Perfect. There you go. Another box. 4 of them this time. Yep, pair up 4. No, not 3 of a kind yet. Increase the speed of your number results, allowing you to roll more. I don't know what that means. I thought it was turn-based. I don't get this. More turns per day. Okay. Oh, shit! Wow, fucking got fucked on that one. Okay. 3 of a kind, there you go. Pairs and 3s. Three of a kind, pairs. Looking good. Oh, only have 1 point. Okay. There you go. Get a reroll. Perfect. Buy out the shop. Oh, I can reroll. Oh, well, shit. Okay. And that's per? Oh, it is per roll. I can roll. Oh, let's go. Give me a 3. Oh, you bitch. There you go. How many days? We got 12 days to get 3K. Oh, we're good. We're good. Damn it. Eight points, 5 points. Okay. Everything's bought out. Ooh, shit, come on. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. You fucking prick. Okay, okay. I should build up some cash for the next thing, though. Yeah, I should build up cash for the afterward. Oh my God, no! Failure. 100% of money was taken. So I failed on the face. And they took all of my money. I didn't know that. I should have read the rules more carefully. Can I get, in 7 days, can I get it? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Good, good, good. Come on, give me that 4. Yes, let's go. Is that the most I can have? 1,500. Can totally do it. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Let's pay it back. Let's pay it back. $50K now, dude. Okay, new prestige upgrade. Free start from the beginning, but allows you to spend your prestige points to gain permanent upgrades. You earn prestige points by paying your devil due. A gun. Unlock a new mini game where you kill people to increase fear, which multiplies all income. Increase the mult for pairs permanently by 0.5 x 0.5 times. Well, I gotta do gun, right? Oh, I have to restart from the beginning. There we go. Gun. Yes. 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 Okay. Yes. Fear. There you go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My pair's up. All right. Okay, so those are permanent upgrades. Yes. Oh, I got a new guy now, huh? Nice, times 7 already. Jeez, that's awesome. Base effect bonus. Huh. Okay. Oh, ×3 profit next roll. Okay, okay. Where do I get my gun? Where's my gun? Oh, you need 3 of a kind to get bullets. Okay, 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 okay. No, I need this guy, the reroll, or the number box. Ooh, let's go, bullets! Earn bullets by getting 3 of a kind. Click here to use the gun, spending all bullets. Let's see what it does. College athlete or local celebrity. Oh, the bullets do 1 to 6 damage. Oh, turn back, turn back. Oh, come on. Reroll. There you go. Give me 3. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Fuck. I want bullets. Oh, let's go. Give me the bullets. I need at least 2 bullets to hopefully maybe. Oh, there we go. Let's go. Okay, 2 bullets has got to be a kill. Oh my God. Nurse, mother of 2, fear +2. Aging disabled man. God damn it. There we go, okay. Oh, you expend all your bullets on 1? I thought I could kill both of them. Son of a bitch. Oh, fire effect on the character means your face effect is at 100%. Okay. Damn it. Dude, come on. You can do better than that. damn it, come on! There we go. Give me all the things. Bullets! There you go, bullets! Bullets. Bullets! God damn it! Oh, this is ridiculous. Oh, god damn it. The one I didn't want. Okay. Keep going. Give it to me. Fucker. I need 2 bullets at least to go into the... 4! Fucking prick. All right, how much is the number box? Number box 3 is 4 points. Okay, so I need 4 points. Shit, fucking son of a bitch. Do it. Do it. That was brilliant. Oh, that was brilliant. Fucking nice. Nice, nice, very nice, very nice, very nice.
God is watching.
Corrupt cop, divorced, fear +4. Aging disabled man. Okay, let's do it. Oh, the extra die just adds an extra 1 damage, like, for the scale. So I have... Oh, okay, okay. Let's go. My fear is up. Cash it in. XP gain up, fear up, and more. I still need that last box, though. Lame. Four. Oh, fucking awful. Okay. There it is. Number box. Yes, 8 points, 8 points, 8 points. Gotta remember, just save 8 points up. XP gain. Okay. Come on. Bullets. God, terrible. The fucking worst. There you go. Give me some bullets. There you go. 2 bullets. Is that enough?
God is watching.
We'll find out if God's watching. Corrupt cop again. We got him. We just gotta avoid the 2 and the 3. 4, 5, or 6 will do it. Let's go! Yeah. Oh shit, devil is due, man. Devil is due! Uh-oh. I'm not gonna get enough. Shit. The devil is approaching. Negative numbers will be added to your rolls. Roll increase rate will go up. Shit. Okay.
God is watching.
Logo celebrity. Okay. Oh, I have 3 sin. To get rid of sin, you have to pray. Earn through pairs. Oh, shit. Okay. I know. Oh, shit. He's going to minus these ones. And it costs 45 bucks per roll now.
God is watching.
College athlete. Get him. Damn it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Minus 98 bucks. $0. God damn it. 120 bucks now per roll.
God is watching.
Oh no. Yeah, once you get into the this category, like it becomes like a fucking yeah. Okay. It's a fun game. Fun game. A little bit of a fever dream, but I get it. It's pretty cool. All right, meaningless random numbers. Pretty cool. All right. That was from my side. Now we're gonna go to the A side. 107. If you want to check the games I've played, there it is. I put the games that I played on the third column. These are games that have already been played, and these are games yet to be played. Suggested list and my wish list. That's why there's 2 sides. Just to let you know. Okay. Where were we? 107. Okay. Oops. 107. 42. Life, the universe, and everything will never let me down. How to fly a cannon. Let's see if that's something we want to play. Oh, you motherfucker. God damn, dude. What in the fuck is your problem? That almost makes me not want to fucking play the game anymore. Their fucking bullshit is so loud. No, their game was so quiet, but their fucking intro was so loud. Okay, this looks like just a Finnish. Finnish? It just looks like a Finnish game. No, a physics game. Okay. Copy.
Ziki 2.
Paste. 42. Where are you, 42? There you are. Okay. Shift up. There we go. Okay. This should be fun for about 20 minutes. Maybe. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, is there no fucking... There's no demo of this. There's no... They must have took it down. It must have been a one. It must have got deleted. Yep, must have got deleted. After... So, most demos stay up after demo week is done. Some don't. Oh, they're fucking... Oh, why do you put it there? Why do you put it there instead of right there where everybody else's is? Fuck you. Ugh. Ugh. How to... Why... Okay. There. All right, back. Good. Nothing is fucked. We're all fine. Your cannon isn't just a weapon, it's also how you launch into the air, shoot towards the ground, and fly skyward in this physics-based destruction game. This is due to come out June 11th? I'd choose where to go. Yeah, thanks you install button. I appreciate it. I don't know. It says it's supposed to come out June 11th. Maybe that's the demo. Oh, it is the demo. There it is. Coming soon. Yeah. Developed and published by Snap Gadget Studio. Coming soon. Apparently. All right. Sorry. That just pissed me off. Because I went through all that shit and I was like, oh, we can't play it. But we can. Hey, Geiger Fox, thank you for 43. And KevBot. 154 months. Thank you, KevBot. You've discovered a cannon can fly. What better way to try it out than to blow up a bunch of explosive barrels? Spacebar to fire. Okay. Oh. Nope. Just a little bit. There you go. Okay. Damn it. There we go. What? There. Come on. Fuck, why do they take so long to game over you after you hit the spikes? If it's an automatic game over, just fucking game over right there. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Probably better to get it for free on, I don't know, Newgrounds, Armor Games, maybe on a mobile game. Yeah. Okay. 21 on the B-sides. Oops. All right, 18 means we're going to check out the Telwinium, whatever that is. Nope, Tele. T-E-L-W-I. There we go. The Telwinium. Perfect. Oh, this point and click thing. Yeah, this looked interesting. There we go. A 90s fantasy adventure epic from the creator of The Drifter, which I love. The Drifter was great. It's your first night away from Willow's Dean, and you have first watch. This is due to come out in 2027, developed by Dave Lloyd, published by Powerhoof.
Hey, Dave here from Powerhoof. Last year we put out a pulp adventure thriller called The Drifter. And yeah, now I want to tell you about my 90s inspired point and click.
No, I don't want to talk to you. You have a great beard, but other than that, you can fuck off. The Telwinium, Book 1. I will begin. You snap your eyes open and give yourself a shake. Wit would never let you hear the end of it if you fell asleep on watch. Better stoke the fire up again. You stand and stretch, wincing at the aches from the hard day's ride. Oh, okay. Touch it. You have no use for charred wood. You're not getting the fire started with your bare hands. Okay. Rock is too heavy to carry. You wouldn't wake Wit. Sleep is like the only respite you'll get from the horrors he's seen, or he'll get. Besides, he'll call you a wool-headed sheep chaser, then Riley suggests you share Tanny's blanket. You don't want to blunt your dagger cutting that? Okay. Only dull red coals remain of what was roaring cooking fire a few hours earlier. I should find some more wood. Oh, that's what I need to find. More wood. I was looking for like a poker to stoke it with. With these retro graphics, it's hard to tell what wood I can pick up. What's this? Fallen tree hollow with age. Ah, there we go. Dry wood on the ground here. Perfect. Pick it up. This will burn nicely. Okay, I can just switch with right click. Okay, cool. Use those on the fire. You turn the embers with the end of the branch, then place the wood on top. Pen? Teneve Lowen. I will touch you. Tanny, it's not your watch for hours yet. I know, but can we talk a while? Of course. What about? I don't know, Pen. Anything. Now we got some music. What do you think of Aldred Wynn? She's incredible. The way she drew breath from the flames of the smithy. That's how she raised the golem. That was part of it. I don't have to explain the three aspects to you again. The three aspects, body, breath, and soul. Without the aspects and the alders to control them, there would be no intelligent life, nothing but wild nature. I'll be able to learn so much from her in Aldaris. But you are coming back, aren't you, to Willow's Dean? Once it's all over, I mean? She turns her head and you silently curse yourself. I don't know, Pen. Of course she'd want to train in White City given half a chance. What did you think, she'd want to tend 6 sheep with you for the rest of her life? Do you think they're missing us back at Willow's Dean? Whatever. He doesn't even know the 3 aspects. He probably doesn't even know how to use the 3 seashells. Fucking moron. I'm sure they're busy rebuilding already. I bet young Nicky is jealous we're off on an adventure without him. Doesn't feel like the adventure we always hope for, though, does it? No, I guess not. You're not tired, Tani? I'm exhausted, just worried. Your family got into the hills with mine. They'll do fine. I know, but poor Wit. She glances guiltily toward our old friend. There's nothing any of us could have done. Of course, I know. It's just so horrible. Wit's a survivor. I think fear and exhaustion are the only things keeping him going. Running for your life does make for a good distraction. It's true for me too, but he may have lost his family, but we all lost the village. You should try and get some sleep. Sure, I'll see if I can, Pen. And thanks. You stifle a yawn. It's time you got some sleep too. Alder Dwin told me to wake her for the next watch. Father had always told you to stay away from Otar Stronghorn. That didn't stop you from sneaking into the tavern to hear the Uplander's wild tales any chance you got. Aldridge Wind sleeps beneath silk-lined fur. On anyone else, it would look ludicrous when sleeping on the forest floor, but on the highborn Autumn Alder, it seems natural. You thank the mother she has arrived in Willow's Dean when she did. Poker. You stared down at Alder Dwin until yesterday you'd never seen a highborn lady nor an Autumn Alder. The only life weaver you'd ever known was Spring Alder, Theron, who came at harvest to perform awakening on any women with child. She'd been the one to bring you breath and soul as you quickened in your mother's belly. There was Tani too, of course, though she was but a novice. Alder Dwin here was something else entirely. How's a shepherd supposed to wake someone like her? Perhaps the fire could use a little more wood first. Oh, perhaps. Perhaps we go find some more wood and stoke it up a little bit more. There you go. That'll work for the fire. Well, shit, she's up. Pendar Calden. More wood, thank you. Nervously, you tend the fire. It's past time you woke me. You need sleep as well, young man. Yes, Mother Dwin. You can relax, Pendar. You have nothing to fear from me. Her glacier blue eyes hold yours. You find yourself wondering what she sees in them. Come, we haven't had a chance to speak. You must have questions. Sidero giving a sub to Captain Teampo. Welcome back, Captain Teampo. Well, where are we going? I need you to take you west into Gilderad. Then we'll head for Aldaris. I need to speak to the High Mother. But why are we coming? Wit and Tani and I? If Tenevive was their target, she must be kept safe. And I guess we're only here because she wouldn't leave without us. Don't discredit yourself, Pendar. We wouldn't have escaped Willow's Dean without you. And I wouldn't have favored the Uplander as sole company. Her smile doesn't touch those eyes. What were you doing in Willow's Dean? You almost choke at your own forwardness. It's her stare. It's disarming. Sorry, no one like you has ever come so far up in the springtime, or in the springwine. I had business with your older mother, Theron. But she's all but a hermit. What business could... None of yours. In the Shadowfell, I thought they were fairy tales. Just told to scare children. If only it were so. What are they? I don't suppose you know much of our order. A little. The 3 aspects, the only women folk may weave them. The 2 seasons, though I'd never seen an autumn alder before, the spring alder could never wield magic like you did. She gives you a wry smile. It must seem like magic to you, but you know of the other seasons? You mean old tales of the male orders, summer fighting winter and all that? The cycle war was very real and almost the end of everything. She looks deep into the fire. The Shadowfall are a remnant of that dark time, born with body and breath alone, absent of soul. They are kept alive by blood, for they have no will of their own to live. But who creates the Shadowfell? Didn't the Summer and Winter Alders destroy each other? Yes, but there are those that wish a return to the ancient wonders, those that forgot the price we paid. Bred by the witches of Targoth, south of the burning swamp, Shadowfell may be bought for a price and even controlled somewhat. And there are those that support the old ways still, in Rackmire, Lud, even in here in Falder. Fools, all. Why would they attack our village? The way the Shadowfell acted, it wasn't random. They ignored the villagers fleeing for the mountains. She stares at you with cold, penetrating gaze. I believe their target was Tanaviv. Tani? That is one explanation. I should sleep. You should. Tomorrow we'll cross into the Blackmoor, where food is scarce. We'll need your famed tracking skills to find game. Thank you for getting us out, defending the village. If not for you, it would be nothing but blood and cinders now. You lie down and try to make sense of everything. Sleep takes you before you have a chance. End of demo! Good job. You read all of it. Dreams of Willow's Dean, the Shadowfell in the village common, setting torch to the smithy. The terrified screams. Otar shouting at you over the clash of sword on bone. The horses! Where are the horses? Pen, the blighted horses are gone. Where are Wit and Tenny? Not here. Croc Ardwin. Something is not well. They've obviously realized they'd be better off on their own. Winter's Heart, why would they do that? They're probably just chasing down the horses. With our supplies, without raising alarm. Darissa. Oh, that's probably a female voice. Damn, look at the croc on this chick. Who was on watch with them? Mother? Alderdwin. Blah! She topples back, throat slit. A ragged crimson grin. By the first, she's dead! The earth shakes as Croc lets out a mournful bellow. Quiet! You want every patrol this side of the Crooked Mountain to find us? You're behind this, or I'm one of Penn's sheep. Typical Uplander trustfulness. No one here knows you. You just stuck yourself to us like a leech. Aldridge Wynn said she could be trusted. Aye, and look where it got her. She won't even show her face. Croc interrupts the bickering with a sound like a stone cracking. Stop, give her peace. The Golan stalks across the clearing and solemnly lifts up the broken body of the alder. Do not thought it possible for a beast of mud and stone to show such sadness. It is the sadness of the mountains. You all watch in silence as she gently places the alder on a bed of heather and draws a blanket over her head. What are we going to do now? Oh, now I can, okay, now I can control it. Let's get out of here, dude. Where do you think you're going? Oh, to find the others. I bet Drissa here knows where they are. I bet she'd slit their throats too. If I were going to slit anyone's throat, Runt, you'd have been first. You'd not have found that that's so easy. We'd all be enjoying a nice beef stew right now. You never find them if you wait for these two to stop bickering. And out I go. What is this? Bees. Okay. Yeah. This game looks bussin'. Sure. I'm going to touch the beehive. Oh, I can't reach it. Where can I go? This way. The mist flowing across the path seems almost dreamlike. Trees and rocks seem to shift in the gloom, and you realize how easily you could get lost here. The thought sets your hair on end. Excites you. Let's keep going. Let's get into some danger. There we go. Across the river. Stream size belies its depth. The smooth stones deposited on the banks is a swift undercurrent that would easily drag you under. A fallen willow branch bobs up and down where it's caught upon a rock. Vincent giving a sub to elderly streamer. I suppose I would fit that category compared to almost all other streamers. Dead grass sprouts from the base of a stone monument. You examine the monument. It dates from the Cycle War. Armies of the summer and winter Alder fought here, it seems. Legend has it that they destroyed each other and very nearly destroyed Telwinia in the process. There's been no male Alder since. Okay. No. No. Go this way. Oh, she left. Oh, no, she went back to sleep. Bitch. Oh, no, she's right there. This is a disaster. Don't lose your nerve. Nothing's changed. Stick to the plan. Who's she talking to? Of course it's changed. We need to act now. An Uplander will prove trouble. Shh. What do you want, farm boy? Face is hidden. You still feel the glower. And okay, daring me to speak.
Imberville's looking great.
I will touch you.
Dude, I'm in.
Dude, I'm in. Thank you, Berserker Rage, with 91 months. Who are you talking to? I was talking to myself. Mind your own business. But don't you have sheep to herd? She pulls her cloak closer, pushes past me, and stalks back into the clearing. Well, I'm going to go see who you're talking to. Probably over here. Way leads back to Willow's Dean, back home. You examine the old cobbles, a few scuffed by iron, some overturned, but all in the direction of your camp. No one has gone back this way recently. You'll not find Tanny down there. Okay. The Alder told you once this was King's Road, although it's only used by bandits now and fugitives like yourself. What's up this way? You pride yourself on tracking. A stray lamb leaves a little mark on the rocky hills around the Dean, but you've never lost one for long. No one has gone this way recently, not since the last rains. You have no reason to follow the road any further tonight. Okay. Pen. Wit. Wit staggers into view, crashing through the brambles to the southwest of the clearing. Wit! Lad, where have you been? Your friend looks up, lifts his hand towards you, then crumples to the ground. Wit, what's happened? You run to his side and with help of Otar, turn him over. Your hands come away sticky with blood. Mother's breath is a dagger wound, no doubt from the same as sliced open the altar. Wait, where's Tanny? No good, he's out cold. Cut ain't too deep, I can stop the bleeding, but his color I don't much like. Tanny would know what to do, she's good with healing. She's out there somewhere, poor lass. Pen, keep an eye on that one for me. He glares at Drissa, then wheels around and stalks off into the forest. There must be something I can do for you. I know what I can do. There. And now you're fine. Held in limbo for all eternity. While we switch to another game. All right. Man, for a demo, God, give me some puzzles to solve or something, man. A demo should not be just lore and just story, I don't think. Like, even if it's a story-heavy game, unless that's it. But if it's a point and click with, like, puzzles and shit, like, give me some action to solve. You know? Give me something to click on and point on and stuff like that, rather than, you know, just have me read a book. If that's all it is, fine. But if it's a point and click, let me point and click. Yeah, combat, something. Anyways. All right, now we're on to 106. 106. A 10. Way up at the top. What do we got? Oh, another new one. Bomb Banana. Let's see what that one is. Bomb Banana.
Meet the world's least qualified monkey bomb squad. One monkey can't see.
Oh, it's online co-op.
Cut the wrong wire.
Oh, it's yeah, okay. This one looks cool, but it is 3-player. It's yeah, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
It's a neat concept.
Hello?
And a bomb about to explode. Defuse the bomb before time runs out. Somehow communicate.
Yeah, it'd be cool, but
Cooperate.
I don't have it. I'm not gonna find people to play with.
And
So
somehow stay friends.
neat idea. All right, let's roll again. It's another banana slop game. All right, 43. Ooh, Iron Nest. People have been talking about this one. Okay. Copy. Nope. All right, let's get that put up in the top here. All right. Iron Nest Heavy Turret Simulator. It's a brutal diesel punk heavy artillery game where you dominate the battlefield through a colossal war machine. Take map measurements based on the received coordinates, strain the hydraulics, and gun-lay the cannons to unleash devastating blows. Will you obey high command, operator? This is due to come out in August, developed and published by Nick Nyvolt and Dominic Latost. Yep, like I said, due to come out in... Fucking didn't download it. In August. I gotta say, though. It looks like Math, the game. But I'm hoping the demo kind of eases you into what it is. We'll see. I'm willing to give it a shot, man. Let's check it out, man. They gamify it? Okay. Let's play. Iron Nest has been commissioned. Pre-operational ranging is required before active deployment. A target has been designated by High Command for calibration purposes. Confirmation of fire accuracy is the sole objective. Okay. Oh, so no. Is there movement? There we go. Read. I hate when the step one is read. Oh, there we go. Begin calibration firing test. Plot your firing trajectory to target on the map. Fire HE shell at the target. Location H3 5x5. Glory to Castile. Okay, step 2. Measure. Okay, so we are at... Wait. Oh, H. H? 3. Oh, it shows us right there, okay. Target is Q4. 4-2. starts from the bottom? Oh my god, why does it start from the bottom and count up? I didn't know they did that. I didn't know it starts from the bottom and counts up. That's how you read maps. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Sorry. I always do it like this. Column 3, row 3. That's what would be column 3, row 3 would be right here. Oh, and they start at 0 as well. So yeah. Also fucking not what I would class. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know how to read maps. Enemy reference point. I'm already. Okay. Nope. 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 Okay. No. Back up. Escape. There we go. Do you even cartography, bro? Oh, measure. Okay. Oh, bearing. Okay, 88.1 degrees. 8.61 kilometers. Okay. Calculate with the calculator. Okay. Thanks, Scott. Scott is offering to edit videos of when my tummy peels because it got sunburned. He's offering to edit videos of me peeling off the skin for the Patreon. And he guarantees it's not for just him, it's for the Patreon. Distance target, 8.61 kilometers. Oh, there we go. There. Okay, 8.61. Okay. Load with this guy. Load 2 powder charges. Oh, calculate required elevation. There we go. Oh. Okay, 51.66. There we go. We've calculated the elevation. Okay. That's pretty neat. Oh, okay. And then shove them in. Okay. I think I loaded. And then I ran the powder charges, okay. Did I Oh, did I do it backwards? I should have done this first. Did I fuck it up already? It's already loaded? Okay, it's fine, okay. Okay. Oh, left gun, okay. Wow, is there a way to do this fast? Oh, I can, okay, there we go. It's not, oh fuck, so my calculations are off then. So I have to draw, oh, there's a fucking point showing you where to fucking start from. Jesus Christ. All right, how do I erase this line? Oh, there we go, just right click it. Sounds good, okay. Oh, and the distance is 8.93 kilometers. There you go. There you go, 5358. Yep, okay. Already fucked it. No, I loaded the charges already, so that should be good, right? 2 charges still fine, okay. Yep, all right. So now we need 53.58 for the... Yeesh. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Ugh. The lever only goes up to... Oh, I thought it was just increments. No, I thought it was just the increments that were indicated. Okay. There. Okay. 53.58 degrees. Got it. All right. Next. Elevate. Oh, I forgot rotate. Rotate was before elevate. Shit. Rotate and elevate in either order. Okay. However, I see the gun needs the barrel needs to be up 53.58, but where's the bearing is the degrees, is the rotation. Okay. Okay. Bearing. Oh, it says right there, yeah. Okay. So it's this. Other way. Nope, this way. What? No. Why? Go the other way. Go up. Sheesh. Stop. Let go of it. Stop. God damn it. Thought if I let go of it, would go back to center position. Jesus. Yeah. 85.5. There we go. Okay. Bearing done. Next. Okay, rotate, elevate, and fire. Fire! See if we did it right. Oh, let's read this. Run over each step of the arming Iron Nest, switch for information. Oh, okay, so okay, confirm every step. Got it. Green. We're in the green. We're green. We are green. We are green. All right. Fire left gun. Okay, is it on an arc, I hope? Kablooey! Calibration confirmed. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, by the way, if I didn't say thank you, Berserker Rage, thank you for the 91 months. Did I hit the hospital? Calibration confirmed. Stand on awaited operational orders. Oh, Iron Nest combat ready. Retire to your bed and get rested. Victory depends on your readiness at any time. Glory to Castile. So it worked then. So I did it? I hit a civilian center and I hit a hospital. I mean, was there? But I got the target. That's the important part, right? You were dead on, good shot. Okay. That's it. Yeah, collateral damage. I don't know if we can do anything about that. Monstrous strike on Mercy Ward. Anti-monarchists detonated a bomb in the hospital's entry courtyard, murdering 163 and maiming over 300 citizens. A brutal atrocity meant to shatter the very heart of Castile. The attack occurred during visiting hours, which has been described by the king as particularly unsporting. Fire and Light. Intelligence has identified an anti-monarchist element operating within the city. Separately, High Command has scheduled a celebratory illumination over the Royal Palace to mark the General's peace initiative. Iron Nest has been assigned both operations. Oh, so I gotta do a double cannon fire now. Okay. HE only. Okay, HE, there it is. HE round standard burst load. Okay. Turn on the record player. There's a record player. I want to turn it on. Where is it? Oh, there we go. This is great murder music. Okay, so every 5 kilometers is another powder charge. Okay. Okay. Oops, nope. Okay. Successful murder. You pull the horn, man. Okay. And then M10 33 M10 33 and then K3 80 All right. Oh. K380 M1033 M10 33, yeah. Okay. You draw the line from your turret to the thing. Okay. Because it's a different grade. One's going uphill and the other one will be going downhill. Right? Oh wait, this is telling me where the spotters are? Oh, bearing 102 from spotter 1. Okay. I thought the spotters were telling me where the target was, which is what I thought they would do. Okay. There you go. Spotter 1, spotter 2. Yellow markers for spotters. Okay. And now, bearing 102 from spotter 1. Okay. Okay, there we go. I can do that. There. Okay. Okay, so we got our 2 spotters. That's their spot. And bearing 102 from spotter 1. No, I don't know, man. Oh, just draw a line to see bearing? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Right. Yeah. That's bearing 102 from spotter 1. 5-6 degrees. Oh, we're only aiming at one target, so we just gotta see where they intersect. Okay. I'm starting to get it now. Ah, that's 55.9. That's not right. Okay, there we go. 56.0. Boom. 102, 56.0. Right here. I can't see it though. Okay, so I see where they intersect, and now I just eliminate the lines. And then go from here. There you go. Okay, so 13 kilometers, 65.9 degrees. Okay. Yeah, it's not as mathy as it first seems. Like, they give you all these numbers, but it's just like, hey, where do these intersect? You're only using one gun, so. All right, so I got it. Now, measure. Now, calculate. Now, how do I fucking eliminate all these? There we go. Okay. There. Okay. Now we got it. 659, 13 kilometers. Okay. Okay. So, distance to the charges will take 13 kilometers will take 3 charges then. Yeah, because it's 5 per. Only need 2? I thought you needed 1 for 5 kilometers. 1 per 5. So in order to get it there, if we only did 2, that's 10 kilometers max, isn't it? Okay, you take it back. Okay. Okay, so 3 charges would take 52 degrees. Calculate. Load. Okay. So first thing we do is load one of these guys. Badoosh. A HE round, standard burst. Okay, load it in. I love this part. This is my favorite part of the game so far. Then doink. Doink. And doink. Ramrod. Okay. And then, okay, we loaded. Now we do the rotation and elevation. Okay. So rotation is 659. Oh yeah, look at it. Look at it. Oh yeah. Wait, why are you going? What is happening? I didn't even touch this thing. Why is it doing it on its own? It's going to the last save position. Okay. There you go. Okay. There. Okay. Stay there. Good. Ah! God, I almost fell down. All right, now you are gonna go to 65.9. Yeah, this way. There we go. Okay. Too far, too far, too far, too far. There, now stop. Whatever. Bearing 659. 13 kilometers. Elevation 52 degrees. All right, I'm just gonna make sure. Elevate, rotate, done. Loaded, we did it. Fires, good, okay. Shell type, bearing confirmed, ranging confirmed, gun armed. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, just, what is, What is this? What is this lever? Like, I know what these do. What does this guy do? Oh, it's the parking brake. Right. Duh. What the? What the fuck? Get back here. It puts the firing station away? I wonder why. There has to be a reason for that later, I'm sure. Alright, yep, shell type HE. Left gun is ready to go. Oh, can I? Recruit tier sponsors. In the full version of Iron Nest, the names of pre-launch Patreon supporters are engraved here. Okay. The Iron Nest will remember. Etched into iron. Love it. Oh, open the window. Oh, Jesus. How long does this fucking take? Come on, man. How many fucking barriers do we got? There we go. Now I can see the blue. There we go. Look at that beautiful blue sky. Yeah, you're going to want to put that down when they fire back, but they're not firing back yet, so. All right, let's go. Oh, they close automatically. They close automatically. All right. Okay, let's make one quick double check. 52 degrees up. Yep, HE. Bearing 659. Turret rotation is good. All right, let's go. Nice day to shoot some guns. It puts the lotion on its skin. Thank you for giving a sub there, Vincent. Maybe we'll hit a school this time. Yeah, that'll be fun. Kerblooey! How do we do? We did great. Look at that. Killed. Perfect. We got it. We got it. A little collateral damage, but nothing too big, I think. This reminds me of that old Bill Hicks bit where he was talking about like the war in Iraq. And he's like, hey, Jimmy, pull up 13C. Cool. Pull up 14C. All right, target destroyed. Reconnaissance photos transmitted. 2 additional hostile elements have been identified in the recon photos. Destroy both before proceeding. Oh, wait a minute, what? So before proceeding, I have to destroy this and this. Is that correct? Those are the ones that we've identified. Okay, so hold on. The star or the red square? Yeah, do you target the star or the diamonds? Which one? The star. I would think the star, yeah. So we got 5, 4, and 6, 6. Not the star, the red diamonds, really? Okay. No, you shoot the red star. So 6, 4, and 5, 3 then. Oh, the stars just show the priority. So they're higher priority targets. Okay. So I gotta fire the left and right gun. Okay. Oops. Okay. So I have to do I mean, I could hit like here and hit him with one. Or I could just, yeah, I could do it with one, but 2 is more fun, right? Did they? Oh, they haven't given me another one. This device is the oh, there we go. Okay. So right there. Okay. Oh, but I can't put a circle there. I can't put a... Oh, maybe I can. You mean this guy? Oh, there the aperture opens. I didn't know the aperture opened. Okay. That is pretty neat. Oh, fuck. I gotta do it the other way, don't I? It probably matters where you drag it from. I'm guessing. I don't know if it does or not. There you go. Yeah, bearing. Because, yeah, the line has an arrow, so it matters. Okay, so if I want to blow them both up with one bomb, we do 12.94 kilometers, 68. Okay. Okay. Yep, 3. 51.92. Then we load. Oh, yeah. Give me another one. Throw it in. Car ramrod. Very nice. There you go. 0.76. There is a difference. 0.76. Hi, Bubba. God damn it. I don't like that this... I mean, it's nice that it was pretty close last time. But come here. Come here, Bubba. Oh, yeah, we need to take a puppy break. Do we need to take a puppy break? Yeah. We need to say hi to our puppy. Do you smell the bacon? Is that why you're here? Smell my bacon? Gosh, my good boy. Yeah. Such a good boy. Sorry. You cannot have my bacon. I'm so sorry. It is mine. Oh. Right here, and we're going 51.76. And bearing 680. All right. Whoa. Okay, so we got the shell loaded, we got the powder loaded, we got the angle, and then we got the dangle. We're good. We're good. We're good. Gun armed. Let's rock. Kadoom! See how we did. Oh, you're not gonna go back to the map? We did it. Nice work. Targets destroyed. Phase 1 complete. A second fire mission is now authorized. High Command orders Starburst over the Royal Palace. Star Shell only. This is a non-combat operation. Fire in the vicinity of the coordinates below. A ground observer will mark corrections directly on impact recon photos. Adjust and repeat fire until High Command get confirmed satisfactory burst position. Well, I really don't think they deserve any mercy, do they? A ground observer mark corrections directly on impact recon photos. Oh, so this is me. I can blow up my own. Oh, that's funny. Oh, delete all map measurements. There you go. Set kill tokens. We set marker tokens. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Cool. Okay, so you can just reset everything if you want to. All right. Okay, so spotter 1 knows it's 4.55 bearing 237. And is this is not relevant anymore, right? Okay. Yeah, I erased the spotter 1 because I thought we were on a new mission. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the old spotters, right? Oh, same spotters. Oh, great. Well, I erased all of my info. I don't know where the fuck they are now. Yeah, that's all right. I was ready to switch to the next game anyways. You know what? Not bad, man. Not too bad, dude. I don't want to general feedback you. I don't know who general feedback is. There we go. I will put it on my wish list, though. That's a great game. It was a lot more fun than I expected and a lot easier to pick up. It looked very math heavy, but it's actually not. It's much easier to jump into than I expected. All right, next. 1D20. Oh, we're down to the D20. All right. 6. Dead Watch. Oh, another time loop game. Oh, yeah, I remember this. I remember the trailer for this, yeah. Okay, let's get it installed. Okay, Dead Watch. And we will copy this. We will delete the cells and shift up. There we go. Cool. All right, you're stuck in a time loop. Whenever you find a dead body, you go back to the past. The only way to escape the loop is to cheat destiny and change the future. Explore the castle and uncover its dark secrets to prevent the next killing. This came out, or is scheduled to come out later this year. Developed and published by Dr. Shinobi. It's a good name. Let's check it out. Yep. Play the Dead Watch demo. Yes, please. No more war crimes? Oh, come on. I wanted to war crime some more. Well, the good news is if you want to war crime some more, it's free. Everything I'm playing is a demo, so it's free. Recommended to grab a pen and paper before playing this game? Okay. I know I have one. I have a pen. There we go. There, I have paper. Okay. We're good to go. Is this game originally in VR? Must be holding a key to open this, okay. It's AR, anime reality. Dead body. Back to the beginning. Is that a dead body? Door is locked. Disgusting. Oh, right click to open your inventory. Oh, there we go. Okay. So you just kind of hand the key to the door. Here you go. Okay. One key is used, goes away. Oh, was it? Did the stream summary AI talk about me like killing civilians and like enjoying murder and stuff like that? Because I was just playing a game where you bomb things. Oh, was pooping? Talked about me pooping. I barely even mentioned pooping. Wrapped up Iron Nest. Nailed a dual target shot mid puppy break, and then called it a great game. Now rolling into Dead Watch, a timely mystery demo set in a castle. Okay, yeah. That's not the one you got, though. I'm guessing that's the one David didn't get. Oh, shit. We got symbols. Let me touch you. Excuse me. Ah! Ouch, what was that for? Oh, sorry, you scared me. I apologize, I didn't mean to startle you. Can you tell me who you are and where we are? My name is Lumi. Such a cute name. And I have no idea where we are. Oh, so we're in the same boat. My name is Ben, by the way. Ben Sharmuta. Nice to meet you, Ben, by the way, Ben Sharmuta. So I guess we're locked in here. Don't worry, I know how to get us out. Really? Yeah, I'll do it right now. I love you. What? Why would you say that? We just met a second ago. Oh, that didn't work? It did the last time I tried. Maybe she's crazy. Could it be she's lying about not knowing where we are? I should ask more about her another time. Anyway, I'm going to explore this place. Want to join? What? Oh, thanks, but I want to finish investigating this TV first. So maybe later. Okay, suit yourself. Requires a VHS tape. Okay. Weird music for this. Lumi, I left you for 1 second, all of a sudden you're in jail? Oh, hey, it's me, Lumi. Remind me of your name again? You already forgot, it's Ben Sharmuta. Right. I found the exit, but when I came back to tell you about it, I discovered the gate behind me was closed. Weird. So, Mr. Sharmuda, I'd like to ask a favor. Can you open the gate for me? The opening mechanism's inside the basement. I'll see what I can do about it. You seem a bit strange. What do you mean, Mr. Sharmuda? Your voice sounds odd. Oh, my throat is just a little sore, Mr. Sharmuda. But Lumi, what a big head you have. Two better think about you with, Mr. Sharmuda. Does Lumi like me? But Lumi, what big biceps you have. To better arm wrestle you with, Mr. Sharmuda. Oh, that makes sense, yes. But Lumi, what a big blood dripping axe you have. Oh God, yeah, it's better to protect you with from any potential murderers, Mr. Sharmuda. Oh my God, that makes so much sense. Sorry for doubting you. You're the real deal. Yes. Go open the gate for me. Okay. Closed opens at 3 p.m. Must be AM. Fuck. Stock photo. What's going on? Wait, I can explain everything. Allow me to introduce ourselves. Stock Photo Man. My name is Stock Photo Man. And next to me is my friend, Environmental Storytelling Skeleton. Say hi, Environmental Storytelling Skeleton. Is that a dead body? Did you just kill this person?
Preview.
What?
Licensed for personal use only.
No! Oh, preview. For personal use only.
This is a preview.
This is a preview.
Dispute resolution pending.
No, I would never kill a friend.
Broadcast rights
Right?
separately.
Environmental Storytelling Skeleton?
Contact rights holder.
Yeah, don't let him treat you like that. I must be in a mental asylum. But you're not gonna kill me too, right? Ha 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 ha, don't worry. What the fuck is that? Oh, they drew the rest of the stock photo. They drew the rest of him in. That's great. This isn't some kind of a death game. No one's gonna die today. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Pet food, okay. Oh, there you are. Now you're open, huh? I think I just had to leave and come back. Excuse me. Ah! Why do girls keep getting scared when I talk to them? I mean, hey, bro. I'm Capitalan. But you can call me Cappy. Hello, I'm Ben Sharmuda. I'm Ben Whore. Bro, care to support capitalism by making a purchase? Aren't you a bit too young to be working at a shop? Yes. Okay. Do you have something that can help us get out of here? Take a look at the board. I'm sure something will be relevant. Just show me the coins in your hand when you're ready to make a purchase. Cryptic code, mysterious green key, the truth about your mom. Can you tell me more about yourself? My dad told me not to talk with strangers, but he's okay with you selling stuff to strangers? Wah! Crap, I shouldn't have shouted at her. I forgot she's just a little girl. Sorry, I promise I'll buy something later. Yay, thanks, bro. Fuck, who the fuck is this? Hello. Ah, Blat! You scared me, comrade. I only said hello, no need to overreact. My name is Yevgeny Vladimir Vova Vlad Komaralda Svetlana Komunista. But comrade can call me Komi. Hey Komi, my name is Ben Sharmuda. Privet! Comrade Ben. Haven't we already met? I thought your name was Cappy. No, comrade, that's my twin sister. Close your eyes, I'll call her. Yo, 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 bro. I'm Cappy. I like saying yo and bro, and that's my thing, dog. I'm 100% not my sis Comey. Oh, communism and capitalism? Nice. Yes, your individuality is strong. Can you call Comey back? Sure thing, bro, but it will cost you later. Da, comrade, I'm back. So what are you doing? Reading. I like reading books. I'm surprised. I thought your only hobby would be working for your nation. That's racist, comrade Ben. Sorry. It's our nation. I'll go now. Fucking Christ. Hold on. It's getting a little warmer here. I'm gonna turn on the air. And I'm gonna take a pee real quick. Oh shit, I should have paused it too. Fuck. I forgot the time's still going. God damn it. Something feels off about this place. Earlier the whole building shook, but it didn't feel like an earthquake. And then something bizarre happened. One of the rooms completely changed, even its layout. How is that possible? I want to find out more about this place. Oh, someone did just die? You got me. You startled me with that one. There you go.
Any Burberry, comrade?
Any Burberry, comrade? Thank you, Pete. Oh, hey, look! A gold coin. Oh, there's another one down there. Ow! I think I broke something. There's a chest on the other side. Yes, I see that. Thank you. Oh, it's 3 coins now? Oh, it's gonna keep raising to 1 coin over what I have. Fucking assholes. Oh, I can't. Okay. again. There we go. Animals love this. They love food and pet food. Yes, they do. I would imagine they love both.
You're fucking warned. Don't
No,
ever go
damn
over
it.
my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Son of a bitch. Sorry.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My nice librarian lady. Eight coins. And I have 4. Okay. This is the woman's bathroom. I'm not allowed to enter, but there might be something important inside. Maybe just this time. Shit. That's not a dead body, though. Oh, a wrench. I got a wrench for some reason. What a strange room. Hey. Who said that? I said, hey, what's going on? Am I crazy? There's no one here. Look down. Oh God, what is this horrendous creature? I mean, what a cute little cat thing. I'm not horrendous. I'm not a horrendous creature cat thing. I'm Kwai Kwai, the magical spirit animal. Yeah, and I'm a magical spirit human. You don't believe I'm a spirit animal, but you don't find it strange that I can talk? It's not like you really are an animal. I'm more than that. I'm a magical spirit animal of a magical girl. Sure you are. It's true. Or at least it was until I woke up here. Anyway, I'm Ben Sharmuta. Nice to meet you. Say, Ben, do you have anything to eat? I'll let you know if you find some pet food. Pet food? What do I look like to you? A magical spirit animal? You were dying to make this joke, weren't you? I'm serious. Give me some real food and I promise I'll give you something nice in return. Yes, finally, something delicious. Kwai Kwai takes the food and shoves it down his throat along with his entire hand. Oh yeah, man, that's the stuff. Glad to see you're enjoying the meal I got you. So you promise to give me something in return? Of course, here it is. It's a key. I don't know what it opens, but I'm sure you'll find out. Oh, Ben Sharmuta means son of a bitch in a lot of countries? Okay. I figured there'd be a joke. Well, time to see if this kills me. Nope. I'm good. Oh, men, women, and magical animal. And it's tiny. Oh shit, there's me. Look, you can totally see my pants. Oh, I can touch something? The current heir of the Sharmuta lineage is looking hot today. Office. Okay. Wait! Oh, hey, Kwai Kwai. Kwai Wai. The key I gave you opens the door, this door, right? I want to see what's inside. I didn't think you were the curious kind of animal. Sure, let's check the room together. Come on. How many is that now? One more. What do you think this room is? Looks like someone's office. There must be something interesting in here if the room was locked. Yeah, let's dig through someone's personal belongings. Mamma Mia's amazing cookie recipe. 1 cup butter, 1 cup granulated sugar, 1 cup packed brown sugar, 2 large eggs, 2 teaspoons vanilla extract, 3 cups all-purpose flour, 1 teaspoon baking soda, half a teaspoon baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt, 2 cups chocolate chips. Okay. Fold in chocolate chips. Type 11037. There we go. Into the basement door's keypad. Scoop tablespoons of dough into the yeah. Okay. Store in an airtight container. Huh? The exit, it's open. Oh, okay. Only a certain time that it, okay. Oh, there we go. There's enough coins for, yep, for the whatever thing, if I ever get back up there. Zonk, what's up, gamers? This is your boy Slonky, the best note tuber that's ever lived. Today we'll learn how to unlock the second floor's door. 360 no scope. True gamers know that the trick is simple. It's not even locked, just stuck. Follow these simple steps to unstuck it. Let's not forget the page's sponsor, Dark Legends VPN. While you're online, your IP address is exposed. That means your nudes are visible to all internet's femboys, or even worse, femgirls. But don't worry, gamer, with Dark Legends VPN, no one can track your IP address, not even your mom. It's as if your location is in space itself. And oh my god, only today, you can join for $444.98 instead of $444.98.99. As long as you do it within the next 3 seconds. Wow! And here's how to unstuck the door. Approach the second floor door, like and subscribe to my NoTube channel, firmly hold the door handle for about 3 seconds. That's it, the door should open. What's your favorite way to open doors? Let me know in the comments. Oh, okay, so that needs like a fuse. Sure. Contraption already activated. Okay. Oh, closed. Something bad has happened. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah. God, why do they make these parts so dark? I don't know if that's necessary. Oh, I just missed this one, according to the timer. Oh, there's a fuse. My name is Falafel. I woke up in this castle a couple weeks ago and I don't remember how I got here. I'm not alone. Whoever put me here kidnapped others, even 2 little girls. Everyone is getting tired of being locked here and eating disgusting food. They're starting to lose it. I can see it in their eyes. I hear it in their voices. If we're stuck here much longer, I don't know what they might do. I'm going to continue looking for a way out. I will leave notes that I hope whoever gets stuck here after me, good luck. Hope will help whoever gets stuck here after me. Wait a minute, where was the... Yeah, it looks like this is getting closer. But man, it's gonna take a while to get there. God damn it. Gate is open. Duh, meet me there and let's get out of here. I can't leave yet. I should check if there are more people in the castle and make sure no one will be left behind. Oh, really? Okay. Well, it's really close now. I'm not even sure if this is gonna work. Oh, Will, look at that. I've cracked it. The secret behind this castle's mystery. The entire castle is actually an elevator. There's even a room dedicated to controlling it, complete with a giant monitor displaying 4 strange symbols. After studying them for a while, I figured out what they mean. Each symbol represents a number, indicating the floor the elevator is meant to travel to. The trick lies in the shapes. Each symbol's number corresponds to the total of points in the design. For example, a triangle with 3 points represents number 3. Square has 4 points, so it's number 4, so on. But here's the catch. If a shape intersects itself, those intersection points count too. Something like an X would be 5. Oh, so don't overlook those intersections. The exit floor corresponds to the one mentioned in the cryptic code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 2. Where's that 1? That might be 0. So the cryptic code on the TV was 9, I think it was 9603. Oops. No. This wasn't the right way, was it? Stock photo man, the exit is open. Good, I was close to murdering someone. Meet me there and let's get out of here. Okay. Oh shit. No, no, god damn it. Fuck. Ah! Ouch! I mean, you're alive? Of course I am. We just talked a second ago, but if you keep scaring me like that, you won't be. What happened? Did I just hallucinate seeing your body? Lumi, you should really come with me. It's not safe here. Did I slap you too hard? I didn't. I said I wanted to finish investigating this room first. This doesn't make sense. Oh, I can change the fucking symbols? Oh my god. Okay, quick question, guys. This, do you think it says like a triangle is 3? Is this 2 or is that 0 since it doesn't have any points? Like intersections at all? You think it'd be 2? Okay. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 then. This would be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So on and so forth. The gate opening mechanism is in the basement, right? Nice guess. How did you know? Gut feeling. Oh, that's interesting. In that case, can you open the gate for me? I'll see what I can do about it. Oh, shit, all my fucking coins are gone now, too. Oh, okay, something bad has happened. All right, so you don't want to open that gate then, huh? Skip it. You've seen this, skip it. You're stock photo man and you're next to environmental story. How'd you know that? I'm not sure, I think we met before. Well, nice to meet you again. Okay.
Preview.
Preview.
Preview. Licensed for personal use only.
Zeke, you ever beat off to an anime character? Tell the truth. And yes, Bugs Bunny dressed as the girl counts. No, I don't mean Lola Bunny. So Lola Bunny doesn't count? Make up your goddamn mind, dude. Fuck. She's dead again. So whoever's... Okay. You asked me to join you, and I said I want to finish investigating the room first. Am I stuck in a time loop? Oh my god, yes! It's like that anime with the time looping guy who is adored by lollies. Shit, did I say that out loud? Sounds awful coming out of context. Probably play along. Hey, call me my name's Ben. Reading books. It's a good hobby. Don't let anyone say you don't have hobbies other than working. La 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 la. Nope. That cannot be opened. Okay. So you got to memorize the spots where the coins are to get 8 coins, so you can get a mysterious whatever the fuck. Mysterious green key. Have you or have you not fucked your hand while watching Gem, Z? Goddamn. No, I haven't fucked my hand while watching Gem. Gem was not truly outrageous for me. Gem was truly acceptable. Truly, truly acceptable. Oh, 11037. Whoops. More like nut rages. No, I don't want to do that. Don't want to let the guy out. Hey, there we go. Cryptic code? I think I already have the cryptic code. I think I need the mysterious green key. If I can somehow fucking find 14 coins. Oh, that's okay. The current heir of the Sharmuta lineage is looking hot today. That's me. That's a character model. Oh, the truth about my mom is she is Batman. That's good to know. I'm Batman. Yep, this has happened before. Yeah, you're hungry, yep. Again. Yes, I know. I'm gonna see what that cat does with pet food instead of regular person food. I don't want to eat this. Give me something good. And where can I find something you'd eat? Try the pantry in the dining room. It's probably locked, but I'm sure you can find another way in. Okay. Just denies me. Okay. No, library doesn't lead me anywhere. Oh, this. I don't think I ever went up here. Oh. How the fuck? So that's a no. I can't crouch through there. Oh. Well, shit. Oh, okay. Hey, Lumi, I can't find out how to escape the castle. I'm not sure what to do anymore. You come to the right person. I can teach you a thing or two about exploring. If you're stuck, try doing something else. Focus on other mysteries you still have open, like puzzles you didn't solve or items you found no use for. And make sure to talk with everyone you meet. Maybe they'll be able to help you out. Hey, that actually sounds useful. Thanks. Just seen your mate on the England game? Oh, it looked like Gassy? Oh, that's funny. There we go. Warning. Stepping on slab is restricted. Qualification required. Well, that's bad news. That means someone got murdered? Whoa, that was close. I almost stepped on the slab, which I'm not allowed to according to the sign. But I'll pretend there's an invisible wall around this slab since I don't have necessary slab pressing qualifications. Okay. Sounds good. Well, fuck me up the butt. Where is that? Oh, right there. There it is. Okay. Jesus, don't do that. There. Not that it matters. Yeah, that hand did. I saw the hand that copped a feel. How am I doing? 8. Okay, let's at least see what the cryptic code is. Yep, I know. She doesn't remember me. Cryptic code. Thank you. So what do I do with this? I don't know. It's a cryptic. It is cryptic after all. It's up to you to find out. Okay. 4985. Okay. Did she take all my coins? She did take all my coins. Okay. You think it's a code for Anime Girl? Where is she? She is... Wait. This way? Nope. Other way. Other one. Other door. Other door. There we go. I think, maybe. Yeah, that's her. Ask more about Lumi. Sure, you know my name, but you should also know that I'm Internet Explorer. You're a dead internet browser? No, I literally explored the internet. I used to live underground, but that changed when I became a god and rewrote my world. And there are millions of copies of me also exploring the internet. Trust me, you're one of a kind. Oh, well, the power's off now. So... Exit is open. Oh, fuck. Something bad has happened. All right. Please don't be murdered. Please don't be murdered. Please don't be murdered. Ah, fuck. What was the number, by the way? Was it 6408? $4985, okay. 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 6 7 8 9. There you go. That's 9. That's 8. There we go. I got it. Let's go. I can't look around. I can't even talk to her. What happened? Dude, what happened? There it is. The exit is open. I can't leave yet. Ugh. The green key, that's what the green key is for. The gate is open. Fuck yeah. Who taught her to be this vulgar at such a young age? Meet me there and let's get out of here. Yeah. Come on, stock photo, man. Okay. She's not dead. She's not dead. She's not dead. She's not dead. Yay! The gate is open. There we go. Okay. Who do we have left? The cat? The magical cat thing? And Kami? Kami the communist? The gate is open. Okay. Okay. Now, where was the cat? The cat was by the bathrooms? Not up here, though. Oh, it's through here. It's through here. Right. Girls shitting does not give me a boner, does it? Does it?
Hey Zeke, I had surgery today, so I'm
Oh,
all
no.
wrapped up in bed, but I wanted to thank you for the entertainment.
My pleasure, JLC. I hope you get better soon. The gate is open. Okay. Is that it? Do we remember any other characters that we need to rescue? Hey, bud, are you excited to get out? Nice. Fuck yeah, let's go. Finally, we can escape this place. Yeah, let's get out of here, says Stock Photo Man. Ben, wait a moment. I'm excited to get out, but I can't help but feel like we missed something. What do you mean? Like there's something important we didn't find. We didn't really see everything this castle has to offer. Maybe it's just my love for exploration, but my curiosity can't be satisfied until I visit every room. I get it. You wanted to see everything before leaving. Well, it's not like we can go back now, so I guess we'll never know. Cappy is here, man. He's gonna take something. Yes. I don't have enough. Whoa, just leave the keys on the counter? Are you kidding? Oh, fuck off, dude. I'm leaving. Fuck you. I'm ending this demo. Oh. Of course. Part of me knew getting out wasn't going to be that easy. I just didn't think what was waiting for us outside would be space. It's mesmerizing. Makes you forget how irrational this situation is. As if we didn't just escape a murder. Hey, wait. What is this? Ah, I still had unanswered questions. Who murdered Lumi? Who kidnapped us? Why were we kidnapped? And on top of that, why are we in space? Haha, this is much bigger than I thought. It's the beginning of something interesting. Nice. Good job. Yes, that is Dead Watch. Good demo. Already on my wish list. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun when it comes out. It doesn't have a date yet, does it? Oh, it does. February 2nd, 2026. That's not. No. That was the demo. Oh, 2026. Sometime later this year. That's it. That's it. Okay. That was fun. I like that. Zeke, I have a pitch. Every Tuesday you do a live prank call at halftime. The twist, it's the same number every time. It's less about the prank call, more about slowly driving the person on the other end and saying, you have my email. That is a very funky idea. I'm not against it. 104. What's next? 64. Let's keep the good times rolling with 64. Queen's Domain, huh? RPG with brutal combat, traversal focused exploration. Oh, this is Super Souls-like. Yeah, dark fantasy RPG. Okay. Okay. Download it. Not even a gigabyte though. Not even a gigabyte. Embark on a quest to find your father who disappeared on the mysterious Isle of Niceed, where sinister forces gather, secrets hide everywhere, and the sleeping queen has begun to stir. Date coming soon. Developed by Freshly Baked Games, published by Future Friends Games. Queen's Domain. So yeah, Queen's Domain, Kingsfield, Queen's Domain. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You're very clever. All right, let's check it out. English. Yes, please. Yum. Yep, sure. No sound. There we go. Oh, good, you're awake. Okay, so that's bad. Water's bad. No sprint. I will take dried herbs. No, that's, I mean, one of the most basic and immediate things you look for is in a first-person game is if you can sprint. You can jump if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Well, if your friends don't jump, then they're no friends of mine. Your Highness, Puima's blessing upon us. I have prayed the night and day or day and night that aid might come here, and here you are. For a moment, I thought Ipibi or Budain had returned from their errands. Many days passed. His Majesty ventured into Dainpo Mausoleum with a company of knights. The door sealed tight behind them. There hasn't been a single sign of their return. Not had even a moment to search for a way inside. We've struggled just to defend this small encampment from the beasts that roam the isle. I see you're unarmed. The weapons we arrived with have all been broken or lost. Take this rusted blade. It's all I've been able to find to defend myself. Go out past the barricade and search the isle. Look for the other knights, will you, and watch your back. There are all manner of beasts roaming about, mad with rage and lusting for blood. Horrible beast, no, your majesty, where are you? Oh, the eyes, Boo, the eyes! Oh, there is a quick slot then. Use items for a variety of use effects. Use them, slot them to your status menu, activate them during gameplay. Okay. There. Run is left control. Oh, wind dash is shift. Okay. There we go. Okay. F is quick item. Okay. There we go. Okay. Held shut by some kind of mechanism. Ipibi was investigating the Shrine of Holy Sword Endu, and Budain entered the Tower of Knowledge to assist Wurha. Perhaps they've found a way to research or to reach His Majesty King Aberon. Oops, sorry, buddy. His eyes always watching. Within this house of sacred remains, those who fought valiantly rest eternal. Great God Wadasu watches over, guiding the souls to eternal paradise. Goddess Puima takes root below, returning earthly remains to sacred cycle. Together they seal away the dark. Let the dead rest peacefully. Oh, that's too big. Oh, it's too big. Thank you, Pete. I mean, that's got to be the clue for the mechanism, right? Great God Wadasu watches over, guiding the souls to eternal paradise. Puima takes root below. Earth remains, sacred cycle. I know the answer. The secret phrase is wish list embers something. I don't know, guys. Any ideas? Here's an idea for you. Watch over guiding souls to eternal palace. Goddess Puima takes root below, returning earthly remains to sacred cycle. Together they seal away the dark.
You dumbass, Nick.
I know, I feel like a dumbass. Yo, Blue Lord with 114. Thank you, Blue Lord. Well, I thought for sure since this is like wobbling, I could break it, but... The lock chest, unfortunately, New took the key with him to the mausoleum. Better luck. Contents really be a boon right now. Go out past the barricade and search the aisle. Look for the other knights, will you? And watch your back. There are all manner of beasts roaming about. Yeah, go past the barricade, which is right there. Fucking 20 hits? That's all the secret was 20 fucking hits? All right. I don't know if it needed to be that many. Bam 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 bam. What? Oh. Jesus, goddamn, dude. Okay. I was not doing much damage to that ratty bug. Yeah, these bugs aren't fucking around, huh? Jesus, look at how little fucking damage they take. Good God. I should report these bugs. Wow. I'm doing like 1 damage to them? What the fuck, man? Your Highness, I didn't expect to see you here in this accursed isle. I was injured attempting entry to the shrine. A damn beast snuck up on me. I suspect the key to the shrine is in a nearby burial site. If you could find the key and reach the shrine, well, I dare not get my hopes up. Kept an eye open while you were wasting away here. Just this morning, I noticed some debris washed ashore nearby. Perhaps the remains of a vessel you arrived on? Great. You know, maybe make the first animals in your game or first monsters in your game, like, you know, killable? I mean, they are killable, obviously. It's just not doing very much damage. They even have a death rate, yeah. I think it looks like Scott may have added tags to your channel such as fat and horny. Do you believe these to be an error? Say what now? He did not, you liar. You are a liar. Oh, he did it yesterday with the rerun. That doesn't surprise me. When he's in charge of the buttons, he can, you know, pretty much put whatever tag he wants on it. I got a dagger belt. There you go. Thanks to your enchanted dagger belt, throwing at weapons can be used an unlimited number of times. Once thrown, they will take time to return to the sheath. The amount of time it takes a weapon to return based on the speed attribute. Collecting multiple at the same time. Throwing weapon will allow you to store and throw more in succession without having to return. Yes, how about the fucking key to throw them? So I don't have to keep fucking looking it up. Q. There we go. Combination of daggers and swords seem to work all right. Give me your sword. Look, I found your dagger belt. Okay. Okay. Nope. Ah, got it. Nice. Aha. Ah, shit. Okay, so you can rest, get your health back up. Cool. Okay. I don't remember where I got that spear at, though. Oh, it was in there, wasn't it? Hey! Oh, stop it. Wow, that Chilopoda doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, no, I never played the Kingsfield games because, man, it's hard going back to those things after playing, you know, objectively better, like, Souls games. It was rough. Like, this is a little better. It's a little bit more user-friendly than the older Kingsfield games, but, yeah. I tried. I bought them, even. Like, these games are gonna be great. They're by the FromSoft guys. And I was like, ugh, it's got a lot of old on it. Too much old for my baby gamer ways. Jesus fucking Christ! Wooden club, power 10. Okay, sure. Carl Leslie. Its effect is minimal, however, it carries a faint sweet smell, which is quite pleasing. Life points 80. Life points 110, so it increased my vitality by 10. Okay, up we go. Fuck you. Goodbye. Oh, this isn't gonna work out for me, is it? Okay. Oh, well, good. There we go. Well, swell. Ah! Ah, no, please, I want you to live. Oh, thank Christ. Well, that doesn't do much. Oh, that does a good bit. And you do like a jumping attack, which is fun. Yeah, there we go. Where the fuck did I go? Okay, hold on. Let's just quit out. Quit out, de-aggro all the enemies. Yeah, the higher your stamina is, I just run everywhere. So it takes all my stamina away. But yeah, the higher your stamina is, the more damage you do, it seems. Yeah, see, my stamina's done. Yeah, much more damage. Yep. Do it. Go inside. There you go. Shit on me. Ouch. Okay. Is there a block button, perhaps? I mean, I'm just not fast enough to avoid this fucking guy. Oh, God damn it, shut up. Get the fuck out of my face. Yeah, you'd think, right? But yeah, left control doesn't do anything. Yeah, I know my weapon's heavy. I would imagine the blunt works well on skeletons. At least it does in most RPGs, right? Blunt against bones. But maybe sword is the way to go. No, I found a boss. That's why I Super Sea Lion. Because I wanna try my luck against the boss, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna go very well. 'Cause I don't even know how to level up if there's levels. Fucking eyeball. Determine their damage. The damage of an attack is higher the more the full meter right. Additionally, most attacks can be charged. Charged in melee weapons have a secondary attack, which is a form of variety of functions. Give them a try. Oh, did I not equip the spear? I did equip the spear. Why isn't it? Why isn't it on 3? Do I only get 2? Okay, fucking whatever. I am stuck. I am stuck. I am stuck. Thank you. Ugh. 2 slots to do like. Because if I hit the 1, oh, just keep hitting 1. Oh, it's previous weapon, next weapon, not slots. Fuck me. That's why, because it kept going backwards. Damn it! Hey, we did it! I have failed to protect the shrine. Who? I got a stone duck! That voice is fading, can finally return to slumber. Oh, level up! There we go. There's a level finally. Oh, and a decent weapon? Let's get a decent weapon! Maybe. Vin's a gifting a sub to finally. Yeah, end of demo. The Holy Sword of Edu. Here's a preview of the game. If you wanna play it later on full game, you're not gonna see this because it's a fucking demo. Yeah, this is a pre-rendered video saying like, good job, here's the rest of the game, maybe some parts of it. Yeah. There it is. Good game, man. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see the store page, and we'll give it a wish list. Even if we don't play it again in the future, we will definitely wish list that. That was well done for what it wanted to be, for sure. All right, 19 left on the B-sides. Oops. God damn it. There we go. 12. What do we got in the 12 slot? Shutter Story. Oh, this is like the fucking Fatal Frame, I bet. Yeah. Oh, this one looks cool. Okay. Copy. Get it downloaded. Think. So shift up. There we go. All right. Examine a family's photo album to reveal signs of the paranormal. As the horror unfolds in the house around you, their fate is in your hands. This one is scheduled to come out Q3 of this year. Developed and published by Frostwood Interactive. Shutter Story. Bingo. All right, let's play. Thank you all very much for being here. I hope you guys having a fun time with the demos and stuff. If you don't have time to play them yourself, I hope I'm giving you a little peek as to what you can expect if you want to, you know, make notes, write down what demos you want to see. All right, let's start the demo. Let's go. I will knock with my cartoon hand. Morty, you gotta come meet me out here, Morty. Oh, you're here. Thank God. I've been waiting, man. Did you get... Hi, welcome, Farvacola.
Give us that demo peep show, Daddy Z.
You bet, Farvacola. Come on in, I've made hot dish. Do you want some hot dish? Now, Eli, why are you making your friend wait outside? Come on in, we've been waiting for you. Hey there, kid, good to see you again. Come take a seat, I want to talk to you. Can I... Yeah. What are we watching? Stocks! Recovery in 2002? That's the baby is stoned. Someone gave that baby some catnip. Looks like someone arted all over the wall. Who's the guy with the baby? Mom's brother. He's staying for a few days. Listen, did you get it? The software? Yep. Will it work? Of course it will, as long as you got the photos ready. Relax, I'm good at this stuff. Food's ready, everyone. Come in. Oh, God. Oh, no. Rob, would you... I got it. Jesus. Sorry about that. Wiring in this house, I don't know what's wrong with it. Everything just keeps breaking down all the time. It looks great to me, Ms. Wells. Why, thank you. I try. This bit of mold, though. My God. It just appeared out of nowhere. I try and keep everything so clean, and it even sings to me.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
It's so weird. Come on, Mary. I'm sure he doesn't want to hear about our household problems. I want you to... Oh, you want to turn off the TV off for a bit, honey? It's important. The market might finally recover this year. Oh, no. What? She sneezed, Tom. That's all. Oh, yeah, of course. She's not eating in a few hours. Is that normal, sis? She's full because I just fed her an hour ago. She's fine. Right, sorry. Still figuring this out. I don't know how people make this look easy. How's the photography stuff going, kid? Great. I've been experimenting with different styles. I hear photojournalists get paid well. Oh, you're a photographer? Wow. going out there in the world and bringing the truth to us, I think that's noble. I want to be really good at it. I think I've got the talent. I want to take a photo that's remembered for years from now. Capture something else, something no one's seen before. That's the right mindset. Stick with that attitude and you'll do just fine. Your friend here has been dipping his toes into music. He tell you that? I just started last week. No, you have? What instrument? The tuba. I'll be honest, not what I expected to walk out with from the music store. I'm proud of him. I've always wanted to get into music, but never had the time. It's good to have hobbies. Shall we head in? Ooh, of course. Listen to us droning on. You two have plans to try out that new video game, don't ya? Game? It's software, actually. Soft game. Yeah, software game. Come on, let's go. A soft game. Come on, it's in my bedroom. Oh, damn piece of shit. Oh, hello, didn't see you there. Shoo now, I'd rather you didn't see this until the wall's all cleaned up. Kill me. Rocks, paper, scissors with 35 months, thank you. Milk bottle 6 p.m., bed by 7. Or was it 8 p.m.? Oh God, I should go home and ask again. I've already booked a specialist for tomorrow. I don't know what's the point in trying to clean it up now. Yeah, well, whatever gives her peace. I'm bored and lazy. Whatever she wants. Making good spaghetti. Upstairs? Did you say upstairs? Not upstairs. Okay. Nope. Oh, there. Fuck. I just missed it. Okay. I thought that was a dick. I looked over there and I was like, that's a dildo. Nope, just a turtle. Was only 7 years younger than me. Yo, Bocephus with the 94 months. Thank you, Bocephus. Was there an Arthur Morgan on there? Thomas, Lily Lee, Jin Lee, Raymond, Helen, Margaret. Arthur, there's an Arthur Morgan. That's funny. Well, what was that all about? What's got you so on edge? What's got me? I told you about the photos, right? You said you saw a face in one of your old photos. Whatever I saw, it wasn't normal. Sure you didn't see your reflection, man? That was just flipping through the album when I saw it. I quickly went back to it, but it was gone. How is that even possible? It's not just the photos. Weird stuff's been happening around the house lately. Right, the mold, the power cut. This one time there were dozens of worms crawling out of the toilet. Worms! When I came back with Dad, they were gone. You told them? I tried, they won't listen, so now you're my only hope. If we show them some proof, something in the photos, then maybe... Trust me, I want to believe you. Imagine a real paranormal photo. I mean, as long as everyone's safe, of course. I don't know, man. Something's not right in this house, not for the past few months. I feel like the walls are talking to each other, planning something. Let's stick to the photos for now. You've added the scans to your computer, right? Let's take a look. That was an earthquake. Bigger this time. Everything is fine, kids. Carry on. It's not. Nice hat. These are all the photos we have. I transferred them to the PC like you asked. In addition, I added in the captions, but my mom had written for them in the albums. Hopefully that helps. Great. Let's see what we can find here, shall we? Hey there. Welcome to Spectral Aware. Spectral Aware is a tool that helps you hunt for hidden anomalies, specters, and ghosts in photos and videos with the help of a variety of filter and exposure settings. Play with the different settings and see if anything shows up. Spooky. This handy guide can help you identify what kind of haunting you're looking at. If you see something, mark it as haunted and select an anomaly type from the checklist. Otherwise, if you don't see anything, mark it as safe. Remember, hauntings are rare. Most photos don't contain a haunting. Not sure what kind of anomaly is? Check the guide. But remember, once you've made a choice, you can't go back until the analysis is complete. So make sure you've got it right before hitting submit. Happy haunting! Weird, okay. Thank you for installing Spectral Aware. This guy will help you. Okay, index. Commonly reported photographic anomalies, apparitions. Okay. Not all manifestations are visible immediately. You need to tweak filters and exposure settings to make them visible. Guide is for your Bible for identification. Remember, you must categorize each anomaly correctly for an accurate diagnosis. The next steps for an exorcism if needed. Additional filters and pages are still downloading, but you can begin using the software immediately. Apparitions. Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. Most recognizable indicators of paranormal presence, commonly referred to as ghosts. These human-like entities may manifest in a variety of ways, and not all are obvious at first glance. Common indicators of apparition activity include spirits, unidentified individuals, or doppelgangers. Too much to read? Hit the summarize button to get a shorter summary of each haunting type. Okay. Identification. Transparent, look like ordinary humans, visible facial features and clothing. Oh, I see, okay. I don't really see this one all that well. What about huge? You mean huge, man? Maybe he is.
26 months and counting.
Fuck yeah.
But you still get me hard as a rock, big boy.
Yummy.
Yummy.
You're welcome. Thank you, Prime Dipchip. All right. Oh, recommended filters negative. Okay. Exposure tips. Adjust for lighting. Raise exposure contrast level to reveal dark areas. Drop exposure if the image is too bright. Okay. False positive. To rule out long exposure, check whether there's any mention of this person in the caption. Okay. Unidentified individuals or doppelgangers. Okay. Could not be present when the image is captured. A person appearing twice in the same image may appear as extra hands or limbs hiding in plain sight. Check the date and location of the image. Should this person be there? Have they been mentioned in the caption? Oh, impossible events like a truck being out of the side of a... Okay. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Anonymous objects, reality glitches. Oh, autonomous objects like a missing trunk. All right. That's a giant deer. A water spot. Okay. Reality glitches. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's a summarize. All right, let's look here. Eli in Mexico. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit like home safety hotline. Yeah. I'm wondering if they'll give us, like, I thought they would give us an easy anomaly, like, right away, but maybe not. Okay. I mean, this one looks fine to me. I don't know. Look at this. Look at Dad's eyes. Oh my God. Mom's eyes too. Jesus. What up, V-Swed? How you doing? Wait, V-Swed? I know you, right? Dark Souls, yeah? Or Elden Ring? Elden Ring Bingo? Yeah, I actually watch quite a bit of Elden Ring Bingo. I really enjoy it. Well, good to see you, man. Welcome to the channel. Okay, let's see. What is Elden Ring Bingo? Well, they have a bingo board, and you know how bingo works. So you get like 5 in a row, 5 in a line, and then they give each square has its little kill the misbegotten blah blah, or kill the fire giant, or travel to blah 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 and give a ring of fart smelling to butt liquor, like, you know, that kind of shit. And then if you get a bingo, you win, or if you get the majority of the board, you win. If no bingos are possible. It's fun. I really enjoy it. I love watching it. You don't remember that quest line? It's deep in the DLC. You gotta go deep in the DLC to find that one. Okay, let's see. Nope, exposure's not helping. Contrast. They look demonic, but I don't see any, like, newborn Eli, and I, 3 days after Eli's birth. I don't see anything. Like, guys, you feel free to help me out if you like. I'm encouraging audience participation. I remember coming here in Squilla Killer Raid about 8 years ago before I even streamed. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I haven't thought about Squilla in a while. I don't know, man. It looks good to me. I don't see anything weird. Are you fucking serious, dude? That is an anomaly. These faces might not be anomalies, but it certainly looks like it. Birthday boy waiting for his favorite breakfast. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a shadow. Oh, this right here?
Insert humorous message here.
Yeah, what is that? That thing. Okay, okay, so we only have apparitions or impossible events. So it's not an apparition because that's a human. So impossible events, autonomous objects. Because that's like this. That's an autonomous object. Well, I only have, like, even if I said haunted, there's only 2 things I can check. I can only check apparition or impossible events, and that's it. Yeah, I don't see anything here. This one looks fine. Oh. Me at home, photo taken by Eli. Wow, pattern recognition at max. There it is. You see that? Yeah, I saw that. So that other one might not have been haunted. Uh-oh. Marianne had a thing. Uh-oh. What do we do? Oh my God, Grandma, what happened? What is wrong with me? Oh God. Relax, Tom. It was a mistake. Did she fall? Shouldn't we take her to the hospital? It was my mistake. I can't do anything right. Oh God. Shouldn't we call an ambulance? Tom, breathe. Long breaths. Might not be the worst idea. And what? An ambulance? She's fine, Eli. She just fell. Fine? She's not fine. All right, let's calm down for a second. Let's get her to bed first, Eli. If anything seems off, I'll call the family doctor, okay? I've told you all before, something is wrong with this house. Oh, don't start with your ghost stories again now, Eli. Hey, man, can you get a print of that last photo we looked at? We should show it to them. Yeah, I will. I'll go get it. Let me go get it. There we go. Print that photo. Swamp Mandu with the 51. Thank you, Swamp Mandu. Take the photo. She's not breathing, but she is blinking. Mom, look at this photograph. I couldn't resist. They said it right there. Do you see it? Do you see the face in the background? We were all alone that day. My photo? What am I supposed to be looking at here? There's a face. Can't you see it? Eli. Why don't you get back to your games? We'll get Grandma to bed, okay, son? It's not fine. Everything is not fine. She just won't admit it. I don't know why. We need more photos with clear evidence, something they can't ignore. I don't know why. I feel like things are about to get much worse very soon. Okay. Guide entry unlocks spectral forms. A haunting presence may appear on the camera. Okay, so just like dark shapes, mist stuff. Okay. Mist or oh, summarize it. Yep. There you go. Okay. White, cloudy. Okay. Negative. Okay. Exposure tips: lower exposure and raised contrast separate from bright backgrounds. Could it be smoke or fog? If so, there's logical source. Okay. Shadow people. Okay. Silhouettes, moving quick, abrupt patterns, lower exposure and raised contrast. Okay. Man, I don't see shit except some weird looking fucking kids. And weird parents. Oh, there we go. Lower exposure. Up contrast. Nope. I mean, it looks like there might be something there, but that's not really super defined. Oh, capture the 3 view of the 4 people in the photo. Oh, I see. Look at the, I forget to read the caption. Mom sometime just before she married. Okay. Caption first. Oh shit, something happened. Oh. All right. Grandpa Elias during the war. No, I don't see shit, dude. I mean, oh, there is something. Look at that. Maybe. God, it's so fucking like... See, right here. Sort of, maybe? But, ugh, my stupid primate pattern recognition brain. Fuck it, I'm staying safe. Oh, wait, was there? Man, I don't see shit. There's a shadow. It's his shadow. It's the dude's shadow. Hey there, it looks like you uploaded your first video. Nice! When analyzing videos, it's important to get a hang of the media control button. Something spooky could be hiding in any frame. The anomaly categories are the same as those in the photos, so make sure to check the guide whenever you're stuck. Happy haunting! No, I didn't! Oh no, go back! Oh fuck. I was moving the slider, goddammit, and I hit the fucking... Ugh. Great-grandparents and great-aunt. I'll also be taken a few days after immigrating. No, I don't see shit. I don't see shit. Sorry. Great-grandpa, great-grandpa, grand-aunt, and file name corrupted. Old uncle file name corrupted. Oh yeah, she goes in and out. That's haunted. Wait a minute. Which one would it be? Oh, that would be apparition, because it's human. Human shaped. That was more obvious. I like that. That was good. At the church with mom and dad. Okay. Now that's mom's hand. She's got two hands. And that's dad's hand, which is not a good placement for that hand. Shoulder hand. Oh my God, there's two lefts. Oh, two rights. There's a shoulder hand and a hand there. Oh, goddamn. Okay, that's spectral forms. No, what is... There it is. May appear... okay, this is unidentified individuals or doppelgangers, but this is under the category of apparitions. Right? Apparitions, and then spirits, 1A. 1B, unidentified individual or doppelgangers. Extra hands hiding in plain sight. So yes, it's under the apparitions. Yeah. Oh, unlocked simulacra, huh? Fuck is that? A presence may reveal itself. Oh, clouds, structures, floors, walls, faces. Faces in the shit. Okay. Faces in the shit. I mean, it could be. Oh, did it say like what to do? Negative filter will reveal it. Okay. Rob and I on our honeymoon. You guys, I don't see a face anywhere. Or an apparition or anything like that. Any extra hands or... I think that one. Upper right? I don't know. I'm calling that safe. Here we go. New video. Okay. Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna say impossible event. There you go. Objects that move or float without external influence. Yeah, defy laws of physics. Okay, so it is a impossible event. Filter unlocked night vision. That's even worse. Baby Eli with his grandpa. Aww. Yeah, they take stock photos and like manipulate them to make the, you know, make it be viable for a game, I think. Oh fuck, I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Yeah, there's some shit. That is a simulacra. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. That is a, what's it called? A spectral form. Why did it do that? Mom and I at home. It might have buzzed because it was identified incorrectly, maybe. Hey man, hey man, come take a look at this. Yeah, the shake means it's wrong. Yeah, I fucked up. I think I might have misidentified it. I want to show you something. Okay. Worms! What the hell? Worms, I told you. What are you two doing here? What's wrong with you? Why would you show something like this to a guest? Mom, remember I told you about the worms in the bathroom? This isn't normal. Sigh. Eli, sigh. They're worms. They're attracted to damp places. You know that, right? You know how he gets, right? Well, this wall just needed managing. It's nothing unusual. Rob's booked a professional to take a look at it tomorrow. Nothing to worry about here. Now you go, both of you. I have some cleaning up to do. Come on, man. This is hopeless. All right, we'll look at one more batch of photos and then we'll call it. What? Oh, I gotta talk to you first? I know her. They're not going to listen to us. Even if we show them more photos, they'll just say we edited it or something. No one takes us seriously because we're kids. What now? We can do this on our own. What? Get rid of whatever's haunting this house. How? The software. It analyzes our submissions. So once we're done categorizing, it gives us a final result. What result? The right process for whatever entity's haunting this house. The right exorcism process. I hope this works. Oh, that's it. Well, shit. There you go. You found 7 of 8 hauntings. Okay. You missed 1. One of those were correctly marked haunted, but with the wrong category type. There you go. Okay. Cool. Not bad. I dig it, man. You already have a wish list? Yep, I do. Good. Pretty good. Okay. And that was off of my side, so A sides are next. And A side is at what? 103. All right. 55. Let's see what we get. Mexican Ninja. All right. A roguelite beat-em-up hack and slash, huh? From the developers who beat Dark Souls. Sure, why not? I think if I didn't play this game, it would be racist. So let's not be racist. All right, become the Mexican ninja and fight to take back Nuevo Tokyo, where Narcos and the Yakuzas have fused into the ruthless Narcozas. Master slick combos, unleash outrageous Mexican justice, and craft deadly builds in this fast, chaotic 2.5D roguelike beat 'em up. Developed by Mad Bricks, published by Amber Studio, due to come out sometime this year. Let's fucking do it. Yep, and I got my controller. By the way, if you haven't checked your Prime sub and used it, go ahead and do that. I will wait until you check your Prime sub and use it on me. Okay, that's enough. Let's go. If you play these games, it means you want to beat a certain Mexican in your area. I can't believe I read that out loud. I should not have written that out loud. Agrate, cabron. You're about to play Mexican Ninja. While you play, you'll collect a few simple anonymous stats. Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. Be my guest. Marcel924, thank you for 47 months. Grabbing that Prime from you. I appreciate that. Ninja, finally. Niño Bueno, a good boy here to help. La Chiquimala stole my calzones, my underwear, the holy tanga. She is corrupting Nuevo Tokyo's people with it, turning my good boys and girls into ninjunkies and freaky hentai pervs. It's art. You have to get them back before every soul in Nuevo Tokyo is forever lost to drugs and sex. Here, me and Ayuwokis, the holy spirits, will help however we can. Okay, here we go. Yeah, damage plus 5%. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Are you 3% Mexican? I'm 0% Mexican, man. I am, my ancestry.com or whatever is all fucking European and it doesn't even stray. It's fucking terrible. I got nothing but a white European in me. Choose a reward. All combos do plus 4% damage. Yes, let's go. Mash buttons to do some cool shit. What the fuck? Oh, there's fucking motorcyclers. Ah, okay. Unleash a frontal vergazo. Release a nasty fart that burns enemies. Knives rain down in a small area. Well, pedo enchilado. Let's go. Oh, travel, right bumper. Okay. Sure. Oh, my title. I forgot. I didn't put it in. Whoops, my bad. My bad. Forgot it this time. Ninja, dude. Come on. I can spell. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, you like that? Big old fart.
¡Retírese, joven!
Está rico, ¿no? ¡Se me quemó la tortilla!
Mi estimado, aquí está su pizza. Retírese, joven.
Man, those little guys have a lot of HP. Oh, okay. How's that? Like a fart? Oh, he's immune to farts! The fucking gimp is immune to farts! What the shit? Oh, that guy has contact damage? Man, fuck him. You serious? Way of the Donkey. Heal every time you travel. What do I? Oh, I have 461. Okay. Increase max HP. Colita de rana. Heal every time you travel. Increase jutsu damage. So I can fart more? You bet. Ding dong goes my long dong. El Mero Mero. Next time you board El Metro, the subway, you can get off on the Red District Station. La Chicamala, the crazy deer Nahual Twitch. Nahual Witch. She numbs everyone with sex, drugs, and reggaeton morboso. She's holding the largest stash of Fentex and Mexican white panda powder. You're handsome, you son of a gun. Knock her out with your looks or cut her in half with your machete. You steal her shit while she's busy with your bussy. Let's see if you are as Tatakai as you say you are. Fucking goddamn, dude. We're adding a sound sample to the board. All right, Lenny. What are we getting rid of? Let's see. We just got this one.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
I do not care for hunky boys.
Or do I? All right. Goodbye, hunky boys. In its place, we're going to put this one from It Lenny. This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo! God damn it, dude. I hate that that's on my profile now. All right, let's save it. I'm going to cut it off just a little bit here. Let's see, that is now B2. There we go. All right. This is Coke Carnage. This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo! All right, that is B2 up on the big board. Wish list Emberville. There you go. It's up on the big board at B2. There you go. Yep, it's me, actually. It's not Coke Carnage saying it. It's me. All right. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have money for this. Okay, XY for a deadly spin, heavy slash. B and X. Okay. Taco Ninja. Que paso, mi guerrero? The younglings keep dreaming about Santa Shinigami. Starting to think that radioactive panda meat is messing with their heads. Wakaranai, there's no way that evil ninja starts spirit is real. Chica Edti? Fucking poser, that's what you are, pinche ninja. If you were the real deal, you kill 3 Narcuzas using a Vergazo X. Alas, Pochli only gives that jutsu to his true warriors. If you prove me wrong, I might give you a badass gift. I don't even think I have that. Vergazo X. Oh, White Texican. Guillermo Totoro. Don Ramen. Okay. El Chambas. Okay. Tax Ninja. War Ninja, Freaky Ninja. Oh, wow. All kinds of ninjas you can be. Well, I better be the White Texican. No, I can't do that. There you go. Let's be Guillermo Totoro. Oh, you did pick the right England game to watch. Today's was a 0-0 snooze fest versus Ghana. Really? It's already over, huh? Well, shit. Don't fall for Shikamala's tricks. Es bien Zorra. If you feel tempted by her, just imagine you and me having a sacred moment. Okay. Kiosma, your stupid quest against the Narcuzas has only made things worse. Because of you, Le Diron and su madre. They beat the crap out of Don Fercho and Sangorabori. Oi, go to that street and tell them you're gonna stop pestering him. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's happening or where I'm going.
Bienvenido a la hotline exclusiva de los Narcuzas. Gracias por contactarnos. Esta línea está disponible las 24 horas para atenderte con la mayor discreción. Los costos de la llamada se añadirán a tu factura individual. Para más detalles, sigue las instrucciones o espera a ser atendido. Gracias por confiar en nosotros.
Ninja, como eres buen muchacho, te voy a advertir. Aguas con la Shiki Baby. Lo lleva bastante.
Me despidieron, cabrón. Aparentemente un ninja culero se tumbó a los jefes.
Yes, it is a roguelike, yes. Sure. Kill the weak. Sure, no idea where I'm going. Oh, watch out. Yep. Okay. Ah, you prick! Oh, this way? No. This way. There we go. Nope. Oh, fuck off! I did it. I did the fucking mission. Upgraded. Yeah, let's do it. Death Charm reward. Passive skill? Oh, passive skill. Always passive skill. Oh, right. Those things do that. Missed him. Okay. It's full of Mexican deep cuts. I would hope so, honestly. Oh, eat shit! Fuck you! Upgrade one of your existing rewards. All right. Let's do, yeah. Keep that Ninjago or Ninjutsu upgraded. Man, those off-screen motorcycles are fucking stupid! Under 20 HP, 15% chance to do critical damage on attack. Inflict burn on combo Cheeto. Sure. Red District. Let's go to the Red District. Oh. So you can take the rest of the week off so I can watch past so you can play Persona 5. Thanks in advance. Well, you won't miss anything because it only plays it on my day off. Oh, I see. You want him to... Okay. You want him to play it faster. Oh, shit. Yeah, let's go. We got a muscle mommy here. Ara, ara. We got a famous figure here. The Mexican Nina. Your mommy was the best whore I ever owned. Bien Yugosa. Too bad she was murdered. Forget your troubles, get high, fuck around. It's the best you can do.
Ya supérate, ninja.
¡Guardias!
Man, those Chi-Chis are spitting fire.
Pero no tanto.
There we go. We got her. Yeah. First try.
No me diste con un machete.
That is a great. I fucking love it. It's a great enemy. The Holy Tonga was discovered. Should I be touching this? Oh, do I get to use that weapon in the future, maybe? Dude, I love this. This is a great boss arena. I love it. It's fucking awesome. Headlands, hey, thank you for the 54 months. Oh, there we go. Short, sweet. You beat the demo. You're really what we call un verdadero cabron. Cabron? But this was the easiest level, ninja. Nice. Leave them wanting more. Hell yeah. Nice. Good job. Mexican Ninja gets a wish list from me. If I can find the original game. What the hell? Oh, Steam maintenance. No, no, it's Tuesday. No, shit. Oh, fuck, what am I gonna do? No! No, no, please. We got an hour and a half left, or at least an hour and a half. Oh, no, it's all fucking down. Son of a bitch. Okay. Open a desktop app? Yeah, it usually doesn't take that long, yeah. Mexican. Whoops. Mexican Ninja. There we go. I can wish list it from here, right? Nope. Nope. Steam is all the way down, so. Oh, yikes. All right, that's fine. That's fine. In the meantime, we can find out what we're playing next. But that was good. All right, we've got 1D18 now. B-side's getting down there, man. B-side's getting low. Sun's getting real low. All right, 5. Cozy Game Restoration. What the fuck? Nope, yeah. All down. All down. Balls. All right. Cozy Restoration is so good. Yeah, this always happens on Tuesdays. Doesn't usually take super long, but yeah, Tuesday maintenance. We know that's happening. All right, might as well take this opportunity to go take a pee. So I'm gonna pee and I'll be right back. All right, looks like it's back. I want to say. Yeah, I think we're good. Yes, indeed. Okay, let's fucking keep going with this demo days, shall we? Oh, Cozy Game Restoration. Yeah, you restore like fucking old games and like game consoles and shit. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, wishlist last one. Right. Maxi Ninja. Oh, it's already on my wish list. We're good. We're good. It's already there. Perfect. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Let's get it downloaded. Yeah. See, it almost never takes that long for Steam to do their updates and then get us back to the gaming. All right, Cozy Game Restoration. Perfect. Okay. Cozy Game Restoration is a soothing simulator where you gently bring forgotten video game cartridges back to life. Tear wrapping paper, peel old stickers, lift lift away grime and transform dusty relics into cherished collectibles. No pressure or failure, just the quiet joy of restoring memories. This one is scheduled to come out September of this year. Developed and published by Parasol Corp. There you go. Fucking check it out, man. You know, I should have my 90s mix on for this, yeah? Okay. Let's play. How about we get a better resolution? Because this doesn't look right. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Still doesn't look quite right. But maybe that, oh, no. That's a little bit, okay, there we go. Okay. Clean a new game. I think that's all we have to do. Box 1. Purchase. $4.02. Oh, you actually just rip off all the tape, huh? I wish it was that easy. Check inside. Walk this way. Excuse me. Super Good Boys. Oh, there it is. Okay, the head of the toothbrush. Heat gun, remove liquid and debris. Reveals remaining grime. For ink and adhesive removal. Is that really the best tool for this? Oh shit, okay. Oh, polish for scratch removal, okay. Well, this is gonna be weird. Can I... Look at the ink on there, though. Is it coming off? I'm like scratching the sticker, though, dude. Use the sponge. What sponge? Ooh. Oh no, what happened? Oh, it's under the peanuts to the right? I can't. It's not a tool. Oh, okay. Oh, there it goes. because it gets dirty, of course. Hold on a second. No, I don't want to do that. Sponge tool when dirty. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. You put the Q-tip on the sponge. I got it. Okay. Okay. Have you tried getting Super Good Boys on GOG? No, I haven't yet. Is it there? I bet it is. I bet they fixed all the glitches too. Okay. Now, what do I do with... Do I brush it to do the scratches? Well, it says polish for scratch removal. I mixed two things. I shouldn't have done that, right? It went down again. Then it went up to, what the fuck? Oh, god damn it. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. This is going on my wish list. God damn it. I know, right? It's like, if I was cleaning anything other than old game cartridges, it might be fucking bored, but I'm like, hey, Super Good Boy's looking pretty good, dude. Okay, now it's time for the brush. Get in those pesky, hard to reach crevices.
Tell it it's a good boy.
You're such a good boy. Yeah, you're such a good game. Who's a good game? You're a good game. End cleaning anytime by pressing the tick. Oh, the tick. Oh, okay. I can't complete the cleaning until it's 100%, right? No one does that. So it looks like rather than do like lots of little strokes, like long strokes seem to work better. For me personally. I mean, lots of little strokes will work on, you know, I'm sure it will work on some other people, but for me, long strokes are good. There's this piece right here that I can't get. Seriously, that needs toothbrush? Are you kidding? Fine. There we go. Did this one like land in a sandbox or something? Jesus. What the fuck? Are you kidding? It already got dirty? There we go. Hit it with the swab first. Then hit it with the toothbrush. Okay. Up and down. There we go. What game was I supposed to not forget to wishlist again?
This is Co Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville.
That's the one. Don't forget. Nope. There we go. That's what I should do last on every side. Is just do that. Now, do I have... Oh, there we go. No. This. No, give me... Oh, god damn it. Okay, sparkly and new. No. I want to look at this fucking book here. How do I turn the pages on the book? Oh, look at that. Oh, and then it'll give you all the sides. Okay. Well, it's showing me some of the tools, but as far as like the... Oops. Oh, it won't even... Okay. No, God damn it, no. There we go. Like this. Do I... Like, does it just do the scratch? Toggle continuous cleaning? Oh. Oh, I can just tap now. I don't have to hold the thing down. I get it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm wondering as far as the scratch thingies go. Like the scratch remover or whatever. Do I have to like clean it with a toothbrush or something while the scratch remover fluid is on or not? Oh, god damn it. Just give me the fucking... Give me that last percent point, you piece of shit. Right there, look at that. Barely see it. 100%. From the inventory menu. No, I really wish that when they gave you 100%, it would just clean up the entire cartridge, like, completely. And there it is, game restored. S quality, let's go. Put it on the shelf. Did you see that? A whole fucking 60 cents we got. We purchased it for $4.02 and got 60 more cents out of it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. What are we even doing here? Yeah, we used $50 worth of cleaning materials. Yeesh. Your collection grows. Next. Spend 1 hour in restoring games, 2 hours. Okay. I have not spent an hour doing this, have I? There we go. Super good, boys. Now what? Clean a new game. Oh, no more box day. Go to next day to refresh delivery. End day. Okay. Today's number process will no longer be available. Demo is also limited to 4 days. Okay, I don't have any more parcels to open. Yeah, okay. I just want to see what the next game is. October 2nd, plus arcade genre, minus puzzle genre. Oh, there we go. Now, today we get 3 of them. Okay. Oh, $5.36. Let's get that guy. You bet. Tell me it's a console. Maybe it's a Sega game? Oh shit, no, it's a Silicon 64. Hell yeah. There we go. It's farm wheat wood. No, the top. Give me the top. Oh, you prick. Oh, it is. It's farm wheat sunrise. Beautiful. All right. Save and quit. Pretty fun, dude. No, I wasn't done. The game was not restored. Do not put on the shelf. No. No, I will not. I will Alt F4 before I put that piece of shit on the shelf. Fuck you. All right, that was... Oh, I didn't even put it on the thing. Cozy Game Restoration. Let me copy. Let me... delete. Shift up. There we go. Put it back over here. Nope. Try... There we go. Okay. What is going to be the next game? We have 102 on that list. Boom. 27. Let's see what we get. 27 is Dusk Fade. Okay. Copy. Shift up. Let's see what Dusk Fade is. Is this a game that we want to play?
You've been locked in there for weeks. It's not good for you. Go away!
Action adventure 3D platformer. Oh joy. Oh joy. It looks good though. Okay. Here we go. Shatter the shackles of time as you jump, swing, and slash through a fantastic world in this love letter to classic 3D action platformers. Zirian, accompanied by his mechanical cuckoo, must save his sister from a mysterious clock tower that has plunged the land into eternal night. This one's due to come out August 13th, developed by Weird Beluga, published by Fireshine Games. Let's play. I have my controller, and I'm ready to go, and this is not Kingdom Hearts. Don't get it confused. This is not Kingdom Hearts. Gotta change the title up top. All right. Dusk Fade. There we go. All right, new game. Let's go. A balanced experience recommended by the developers. Sounds good. For a clockmaker, time is neither linear nor abstract. It is a malleable current that can be harnessed and shaped using perfectly calibrated mechanisms. Yes, the last game made me come clean. Absolutely, Enrage. Yeti Elder, thank you for the 153 months, by the way. I commented on your comment, but I never thanked you. This is like it had some talent behind it. And now for 20 minutes of lore and story. before we get into the action platforming of the game.
Halira, you there? I got you something. Your favorite sky pastries. Want to go eat them together at the plaza?
I'm still busy, I told you. I'm not going anywhere until I'm done with this. Go away!
Please, you've been locked in there for weeks. It's not good for you.
Just go away. I'm really close to getting this fixed. For both of us. I just need a little more time.
Get what fixed? What do you mean? I don't get it. I'm starting to worry, Halira.
This poopy just won't go down. I've tried flushing. I've tried plunging. Nothing touches this monster turd. The new Fable game looks dope. Oh, how much did I drink last night? Jeez.
What? Where am I? Halira!
Wow, that doesn't look like a Keyblade at all. I don't know where their comparisons are coming from.
What's this?
Oh my god, it isn't exactly, it's exactly a Keyblade. Fuck's sake, dude. Strawberry flavored potion.
No problem.
That's me. Ah, damn it. You like my anime voice? I'm glad someone appreciated it. Katie doesn't like it at all.
Oh, another one.
Ah, checkpoints will save my progress.
falling for you.
Okay, done. Okay, so perfect dodges give you bullet time.
That was close.
Witch time,
Thanks
whatever.
for your help. Who are you?
Don't worry about it. My name's Syrian. What about you? Wait, you can talk.
Of course I can talk.
My sister's more skilled than I thought.
I'm Kanjo. What's your name? I'm Bazooey.
Skilled? You mean she's the one who... no, I didn't see her, but you should get out of here. This stuff looks dangerous.
I won't leave without Lyra. I need to find her.
Oh, hey. There we go. Convenient playing cards. Crap, crap, derivative, crap.
Hey, not that way!
Talking cuckoo! Help! I'm slipping!
This looks like the hottest game out of 2007. I mean, it looks pretty good for today. It was all just a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine.
My head.
Oh, good! We thought you were a goner.
We thought you were a gooner.
What happened? Lyra, where's my sister?
Your sister? No. We only found you and this, bird at the base of the tower.
This stupid tower has all of Titanian chaos. It just came out of nowhere.
Not to mention that it's nighttime, and it doesn't look like dawn is coming anytime soon.
Yeah, is that Drunko, the friendly
This is
ghost?
I think my sister's still in there. Robot Bird, could you,
Don't call me that!
Sorry. So, what is it?
I'm not sure. If Alira did build me, she didn't bother with a name.
I used to have a pet bird. Sir Feathers. Maybe...
I'm no one's pet. You can call me Cuckoo for now.
Great. Could you lend me a hand, Cuckoo?
I don't know. Let's go to that tower for now, I guess.
Okay. Skipping by all the story elements, thank you very much. My name's Cucko. I'm the sidekick that just sits in a chair and watches you do all the work. Nope, not talking to any of you. Holy fuck, you can talk to every single one of these assholes. Fuck all of that. Huh. One chain down, 7 to go. 6, 5, 3, 2. I don't know. Dusk Fade. Are these the rechain of memories? Oh my god, that clock tower is so far away. It's like a dream drop distance away. Oh, fuck off, dude.
Halira!
Oh, it's a clock hand, not a keyblade. Jeez, come on, guys.
Blocking the way.
Yeah, take that, Disney lawyers.
You know how to open it?
But it did open a
Come
chest,
from the
though,
inside,
so
right?
it's...
No, I don't know. I just remember
It
hearing
literally opened a chest, acting as though it were a key.
That has to be Alira. We've got to get her out of there.
Looking at this mechanism, I think we need to.
Yeah, when
blow
did we
out
meet
those
Ricky
chains
Rodent?
And snap them where they
And,
touch down.
Okay, that makes sense, but
Darnell Duck.
Oh,
And Spoofy. Gars. God damn.
hard to let us through.
That doesn't sound too hard. Let's go.
Oh, it was a time activated chest. That's how they get around it. Okay. Okay. Oh, we got all the way up here and now we just go back.
Well, I'm gonna beat my meat.
There is indeed. Traveler, okay. Bring me some gears. I can upgrade you. Yep, okay. Your first upgrade is on the house, okay. Performs a piercing attack after a roll. You said it's on the fucking house, you bitch. Okay, Kugu attacks enemies, okay.
No problem.
Oh, all right. Follow the second chain to Mount Cinder. Yeah, I know. Are you gonna make me talk to people to figure out where the fuck to go? Okay, here we go. Hey, Kugu, don't get me wrong. I'm happy you're taking along. Are you sure you want to? It's Possible that we'll encounter more monsters like this one in the tower. You believe your sister is the one who built me, right? Yeah, I recognize the craftsman anywhere. Gramps taught her. Okay. Well, she can fix you. To Mount Cinder. We're traveling buddies and best friends. Traveling buddies is just fine. Don't make this bigger than it is, buddy. We're just traveling friends, okay? Well, this doesn't look right. Ah, fuck. Come back later if you want me to give your sword a new look. Okay. This looks like the here it is. This is the right way. Oh no, sorry, I can't let you out. It's far too dangerous. Okay, grandfather's well, it's for Lyra. Okay, go ahead. You two come back in one piece. I don't want to feel guilty now. Okay. Yeah, music is good. I mean, everything is good so far. Just seems like this game is for possibly a younger audience than a 46-year-old man. What? Oh. Look, a guide bell. Lure told me if you ring them, their chime will show you the way. I don't know where you're supposed to go. Okay.
Come and get me.
Well, that's convenient.
I'm coming for you.
What's your deal? I'm Cloud. Nice to meet you. Cloud? Cloud? Really? Can you fight? No, actually, no idea. Pretty good sneaking around, though. Anyway, I'll be seeing you down the road, fellow travelers. Clockmaker secrets await. Oh, okay.
Watch out. Good job, Cuckoo.
Yeah, what did you do? Did you even do anything? Stupid bird. The traversal is pretty nice. There's a checkpoint. Oh, what's your deal? Mommy, what's taking him so long? Your father is working on something important, sweetheart. I'm gonna be chief like you so I can boss everyone around. No more making the bed. Ah, tell me you heard them too. Of course, two people standing right here with us. There must be echoes of people who once lived here. Maybe they appeared because of the tower? I swear they weren't here before. I can't tell if it makes it better or worse. Well, you can read the temporal echoes again in the menu. Okay. What? Grams is giving me a lot of grief whenever I snuck out to explore the abandoned village. So you know this place well? Actually, I really never got further than the arch over there. I guess I was afraid of getting lost. I'm not a chicken. Yeah, you are. No, you're a cuck.
Oh!
What's this? A cog? An upgrade gear. Okay. Nice. Whoa, what? Yeah, what? A bit scary, huh? A bit? Okay. You go take care of the whole chain business and I'll wait here. You can't do that. You're gonna end up a fried chicken. No, I don't care.
Be careful. Yeah.
What? You missed pieces. No, the hard part. I guess a giant pair of wings. Oh, fine. So high we would brush the clouds. Oh. Okay. Where's that where's another goddamn bell to show me where to go? Yo, Raven Dreamer, thank you for the 69 months. Nice. Okay, I can't break through that.
Let's do this.
Let's do what? Oh, there's bad guys. Oh, well, see you later. Bad guys, huh? Well, see you later. Movement makes a lot of that level design trivial. Well, I mean, it's if you want to explore it, it's nice. But I just like want to get to the fights. The fights seem like the fun part. I have no idea what these little gems do.
Hey, this game looks cool. So
Yeah.
why is Zeke playing it?
I play cool games all the time. Screw you. Traveler, look at you. Teleportation thing? Okay. You can use this teleportation platform to get back to Tick Town. I used to use them to get around Tearfield quickly, but since Tower appeared, they're all out of sync. Maybe you can fix them for us. See you in Tick Town. Oh, okay. So I can teleport now? Thanks.
Watch
Oops.
out.
Ouch.
Let's do this. Here I come.
It's over.
Yeah, what? Oh, Bolts is blocked. We need to get out of here sooner. We'll end up like the people in whatever. May the Masters protect us. We're on our own, though. We have to protect ourselves now. Help me find another way through. Come on, Misty. It's not that far now. Okay, Mommy. There's another way through. Is there? Where? Assistily giving a sub to your cock small. Nice. Your cock small. Oh, there we go. How small is it? Sorry, I only know big dick jokes. I don't know small dick jokes. This technology looks really advanced, says the talking cuckoo bird. What, am I wrong? Belong to clockmakers, definitely very old. It's wonder it still works. Now that I think about it, some kind of looks kind of like me, don't you think? Yeah. Damn it.
Another one!
No, bitches. There we go.
Good job, Cuckoo.
Yeah, what did it even do? Did it even do anything? Brick. Hey, there's a checkpoint. Oh, okay. Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There we go. Oh yeah, dude, just peeking over my shoulder like, what the fuck? What'd you say to me? Ow. Ow, again, ow. He's backseating me the whole time. What's this? Let bumper to unleash an energy blast and deal heavy damage. Watch out for the recoil. Gadget consume temporal energy. Lower left corner. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, the perfect dodge is nice. I just wish it gave you kind of like an advantage or like it slowed down time enough where you could get a lot of hits on it. I don't think it does though.
Come and get me.
It slows down both you and the enemy, so you don't really get like extra hits out of it. It doesn't seem, at least. Nah. Oh shit.
Watch out.
Goddamn.
That's not good. Good job, Cuckoo.
Well, that fucking sucked. Suspiciously well made? Why do you say suspiciously? This isn't Indie Day. We don't just do indie games. I mean, if this game is not indie, it's fine. Oh, fucking horse. Blasted me right in the face. Ah, there we go. Clock. Swell. Checkpoint. Ow.
Let's do this.
Let's not. Let's find a good, big old boss fight if there is one. Oh, campfire? Oh, well. How about up there? Nope, okay. Oh, there's a checkpoint. And I fucking failed that jump. Holy shit. Other way. What are you doing? Come back this way. There we go. Okay. Now we're back on track.
Careful.
Yeah, the movement feels really good, man.
Let's do this.
Whoa! No! Oh, fuck, they're gonna make me fight these guys. Shit!
That was awesome! Surprise!
That was neat! Oh, there's no white border on it, so I can't do that. Pretty, I mean, seems like a, you fucking butthole. Seems like there's a lot to this demo. I mean, if you want to explore, there's quite a bit in here.
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening? Okay, I just was pressing directions. You don't need to press directions. Warp zone! What's your fucking deal? Place smells like farts, Claude. His name is Claude, excuse me. I was about to tell you about Mr. Sonya's old workshop at the end of this tunnel. Okay, maybe next time, don't rush to attack someone 20 times your size. Bah!
Come and get me. Okay, done.
I'm glad he tells you. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, more.
Okay, maybe that wasn't something I needed to do. Okay. Yeah, what? Tell me what? None of these master clockmakers are left? After 150 years, oh sure, they're alive and well, just kicking around. You're 10 seconds away from getting your skull pecked in. Oh, there's a clock right there, okay. Well, where do you suppose I'm supposed to go? I would assume up here, but ow. Well, Hell, where would you go if you were me? And don't say to hell or, you know, something dumb like that. I already thought about that. God, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. There we go. Yeah, I hate uncommental letters. All right. I will go down. Okay. We probably got time for one more. One more? Played that for 43 minutes. Pretty good demo, man. Pretty good. Yeah, one more. 1d17. Okay. And the last game of the day shall be a 9. What is it? Micro Mega. Okay. Cell shift up. Okay, let's check that out. Sounds like my penis.
You've been locked in there for weeks. It's not good for you.
Oh, this one. Yeah, this one looks neat. Okay. Yo, Mad Huskies. What up? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Also, Sicily, I missed your gifted sub of Tiny Peen. So hail to both of you.
Hail, Berserkers.
Thank you so much to Mad Huskies and Sicily for Tiny Peen's subscription. All right. Whoops. Micro Mega. Good. Okay. Have you looked up Hexiv yet? No, I have not. I found this one to be a little light. Okay. Well, that's good, because I only have 15 minutes left. Micro Mega blends hand-drawn artistry with intricate puzzles. One second. In a surreal 2D physics-based adventure, guide a fragile sphere through the world of visual artist Mani, interacting with its creatures to unlock paths and overcome challenges. A mesmerizing journey of beauty and fun. This one was developed and published by Coven. Coming soon. No release date, no release year. Just coming soon, whenever that is. Hand-drawn game by Mani. Okay, you're welcome. Oh, he freed the, oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Thanks, buddy. Oh, okay, that's like level 1 done. All right, cool. Is there a dark mode? I don't think so. Vroom, 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 vroom. Oh. That guy was just a collectible guy, I guess. Okay. Oh, I need him to help out as well. There we go. Aha, okay. Okay. Interesting. And there's the goal. Numbness. Neat. There you go. Open up the door. Okay. Oh, this guy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. What up, ID Never Verified? No, what? Oh, there we go. Nope. Brrr. Yeah, get all the way over there. Yeah, fall in the little thing. There you go. And then this guy's got to do a little pushy push. Okay. Try it again. Oh, come on. There we go. Hold Alt to fast forward. Oh, man, that's nice. Okay, movement speed. Look at that. Oh, there are three little dudes I could have found on that. Oh, shit. Oh, God damn it. There you go. And then they penalize you for going fast. You. There you go. Okay. Cool little game, man. I am, it is kind of like, to be honest, it is kind of like really, really somber and quiet. So it's kind of putting me to sleep. So let's call it there for the day. How'd that be? There we go. There's a tune. Good times, though. Good fun times. Don't worry, y'all. We made a dent. We made a pretty decent dent, but we still got 117 more fucking demos to check out throughout these last, or this week. Save Saturday, because Saturday's going to be Indie Saturday. It's going to be a regular old voting indie game, full indie game release, blah, 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 blah. But today, tomorrow, the next day, all the way to Friday, we're going to be doing demos the whole week. So hope you join me. We got more tomorrow. But for now, I got to go. I'm out of here. I will see you tomorrow.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.